this development using what? Flask. Okay. So this is 5 days workshop or 5 days boot camp. Okay. So all of you, is it my voice is clear, right? All of you. Okay. Right. Okay. So now whenever you are talking about web application, so before talking about this, let me tell you about web application development, or before that, let me tell you about, so those are new. I'll be uploading all these class notes and applications. I'll be uploading all these class notes and applications in my Telegram. So this is my Telegram ID. You can join in this Telegram ID because I'll be uploading all these notes, bootcamp notes in my Telegram, and this is my Telegram ID. Okay, this is my Telegram ID. Everyday notes and applications, everything I'll upload in the Telegram. Okay, so before moving to the Flask or web application development, let me tell you about types of what here applications. Let me tell you about types of applications. In real time, you find different types of applications. Anyone, can you tell what are the types of applications? Anyone, can you tell what are the types of applications? Yes, web applications, mobile applications, web applications, web applications, mobile applications. Anything else? Anything else? Now you find the different types of applications. So in real time, you come across different types of applications. Now you find the standalone applications. Okay, you find the standalone applications, and the standalone applications, and you find web applications, standalone applications, web applications, and you find okay, web applications, and you find distributed applications, and you find mobile applications, and you find IoT applications, and you also find some AI applications. So all these are different types of applications. There are some, suppose assume that some 6 types of applications, that is standalone applications, web applications, distributed applications, mobile applications, IoT applications, and you can call it as AI applications. I've written some of the applications related with this, right? No, these are types of applications. So what is a standalone application? What is a standalone application? Standalone application. What is standalone application? See, an application installed in one system. Okay, an application installed in one system can be executed within same system, but cannot cannot use it from what here, another system. Alone means independent, another system. So that application is called which application? Standalone application. An application installed in one system. Suppose this is one computer. In this computer, suppose there are number of computers which are there in the network. See, all these computers are there in the network. All these are there in the network. All these computers are connected within the network. Okay, now I installed a standalone application. Standalone. This is alone. Means this will run individually. This application cannot be run in what some other system. If you want to run this application has to be installed here. If you want to run this application must be installed here, right? So until unless you don't install, you cannot run your application. Until unless you don't install, you cannot run the application. So such applications you call it as what? Standalone. For example, if it a calculator is in. So calculator is called which application? Standalone. Okay. So these applications you can call it as standalone, which runs individually or independently. And these applications, the standalone applications are two types. Okay, one is CUI applications. One is CUI applications and one more is what? GUI applications. So CUI stands for character user interface. CUI stands for character user interface. Character user interface is nothing but interacting with the interacting with applications, by typing what here? Commands. Interacting with the application by typing commands is called CUI. Interacting with the application by typing commands is called which applications? CUI. For example, you write a program. Suppose you write a program in Python. You write a program in what here? Python. Okay, you write a program in Python. Suppose I'm writing a program in Python saying integer of adding two numbers. Assume that this is what you're adding two numbers. Adding two numbers. I'll write a equal to integer of input. Enter first number. Enter first number. Enter first number. Okay. So b equal to integer of input. Enter what here? Second number. Enter first number and enter what here? Second number. Okay, after this you are asking whether you want to add or subtract. So operator, I'll say operator input. So input enter what here? Operator. So here you'll say match. Okay, match operator. Assume that this is calculator. Okay, not adding two numbers. Assume that this is a calculator. So match option, if the option is 1, if the case is plus, then what do you do it? You add two numbers. If the case minus, what do you do it? You subtract the two numbers. Okay, case, if you are writing a star, what you are doing? You are multiplying two numbers. If it is a slash, okay, if it is a slash, you are dividing two numbers. A slash what? B. Other than this, if you enter anything, you'll say invalid operator. Invalid operator. Now this is called which program? Okay, this is called as which program? Standalone. This is a standalone program. This is standalone program. And standalone which program? CUI program. Means you are interacting with the application how? By typing the commands. I'm writing here 5 and 2 and I'm typing plus. Okay, you are interacting with the application by typing the commands. So that application is called what? CUI. That application is called what here? CUI. This is operator. Okay, now enter the number 5 and 2. The operator is a plus. You can see the number is what? 7. This is called as which application? CUI. Standalone CUI application. Suppose if you see this calculator, this is also calculator. But this calculator is what? GUI. Means you are interacting with the application by using what? GUI components. Or you are interacting with the application by using mouse. You are interacting with the application by using a mouse, right? By just clicking the mouse button. You'll say 12 plus. Okay, you are saying 12 plus. Okay, 6 equal to. But here, are you typing or not? Yes. Here you are giving a commands. But are you giving any comments here? No. You are interacting with the application by typing or by just clicking the mouse button. Such kind of applications, you call it as what? GUI applications. That is nothing but graphical user interface applications. Okay. So here GUI stands for okay, graphical user. GUI stands for graphical user interface application. GUI stands for graphical user interface, is nothing but interacting with the applications, interacting with the application by using what here? Mouse or using some graphical components. By using some graphical components, or the same thing you can call it as widgets. So that application, you call it as which application? GUI application. Okay. So how many types of standalone applications are there? Two types. One is CUI and one more is what? GUI. CUI stands for, come on here. CUI stands for, what is CUI stands for? Online students, please respond. What is CUI stands for? CUI stands for what? Character User Interface. CUI stands for Character User Interface. It's nothing but interacting with the applications by typing commands. GUI stands for Graphical User Interface. Interacting with the application by typing, by using mouse or using graphical components. Using graphical components are what? Widgets. That you call it as which application? GUI application. Then next, okay, this is called as standalone application. Then next one is, what is web application? What is web application? What is application? Application is nothing but collection of programs. What is application? An application is a collection of what? Programs. Application is a collection of programs. So what is a web application? Means every program will provide some services. Every program will perform some operations. Every program will provide some services. Every program will provide some operation. An application is a collection of programs. An application is a collection of programs. Programs, or you call it as services, or you call it as what? Operations. So what is a web application? An application, an application whose resources, an application whose resources are nothing but programs accessed using internet or intranet is called which application? Web application. An application is a collection of programs. An application whose resources accessed using internet or intranet is called web application. Or you'll say in other way, an application whose resources are accessed using what here? Browser. Access using a browser is called which application? Web application. An application whose resources are accessed using a browser is called which application? Web application. Getting or not? Are you getting or not? All of you online students. Okay, so what is web application? An application is a collection of what? Programs. An application is a collection of programs. Okay, what is application? Is a collection of programs. An application whose resources access using internet or intranet is called web application. An application whose resources are accessed using browser is called which application? Web application. Web application. Okay, but these web applications are how many types here? Two types. These web applications are how many types? Two types. Okay, two types of web applications. One is called as a static web application. One is called as a static web application and one more is called as dynamic web application. One is called a static web application and one more is a dynamic web application. One is called as a static and one more is what? Dynamic. Okay, what is the meaning of this? Static web application. Static web application means this web application, okay, this web application, this web application is developed using static resources or static web technologies. I can say static web technologies or static resources like or you can say this web application is a collection of static resources. Static resources means generally you'll say using what here? Yes. The web application, this web application is developed using static resources. The content of this web application, the content of this web application is same. The content of this web application is same from one request to what? Another request. The content of this web application doesn't changes. It is the same from one request to what? Another. It is just like a book. For example, you publish one book. It is just like a book where you read all the pages one by one. It is just like a book where you read all the pages one by one. It is just like a book. Example is what? Tutorials. Tutorials are static here. And if you see Wikipedia, it is a static because that content will be what here? Same. That content will be what here? Same. And these web applications, okay, these web applications are developed. These web applications are developed using, you can use some technologies like what? HTML and CSS. You can use CSS libraries like Bootstrap. Okay, you can use CSS libraries like what? Bootstrap, like that. You can develop that using HTML, CSS and what? Bootstrap. That's it. For example, you want to create your own portfolio. You want to create a portfolio. So portfolio is a fixed or dynamic? Fixed. Portfolio is what here? Fixed. The content will be the same. The content will be what here? Same. Content will not be changed. For example, open the browser here. I'll say www dot, I'll say Facebook. Okay, I'll say Facebook login. So login to Facebook. Is it this login to Facebook is a fixed for every user or not? Tell me. This login to Facebook is the same for every user or changes? Login to the Facebook is the same for every user or changes? Same. Is it same or changes? Same. It is the same. Means this is fixed. This is static. This is what here? Static. This is a static. Login to the Facebook is the same. This is a static. Yes or no? In the same way, this is static. It doesn't changes. This doesn't changes. This content will not be changed. Okay, that is called static. For example, if you see www.python.org, so is it the content of this page will be the same for all the people? Tell me here. Is it content of this page will be the same for all the users or changes? Same. You open this website, somebody will open website. The content will be the same or different? Same. This content will not be changed. This content will not be changed. This content is what here? Same. Now this kind of websites, you call it as what? Static. All these sites you call it as which one? Static. Okay, now so this kind of static websites you can develop it by using HTML, CSS and what? Bootstrap. Okay, now but when it comes to the dynamic, So dynamic means whose content will not be fixed. Dynamic web applications, dynamic. So it means there are two types of web pages. One is a static web page and one more is what? Dynamic web pages. There are two types of web pages. One is a static web page and one more is what? Dynamic web page. Static web page means the page content doesn't changes. Dynamic web page means the page content what? Changes. Means you generate the web page dynamically. You generate the page dynamically. It means dynamic web applications. So these web applications, this web application required programs at which side? Server side. Required programs at which side? Server side. This web application required some programs at which side? Server side. And the server side programs, so generate, which one here? Dynamic. A server side program generate dynamic what here? Web pages. The server side program generate dynamic web pages. For example, in Facebook, you enter your email ID and phone number and password and click on what? Login. You enter email ID or address and phone number and click on login. So once you click on login, what will happen? You will get some content or not? Yes. That content of that page is fixed or dynamic? Is it content of that page is fixed or dynamic? Dynamic. Suppose if X person is login, generate the content of the page with the X person. If Y person is login, get the content of which person? Y person. If Z person is login, get the content of which person? Z person. But once I login, it display the content in one page, right? It will display the content in one page. And that page content is fixed or dynamic? Dynamic. Suppose if we take result processing, student result processing will be there, no? And student result processing. So this page, your university. So this result page will be the same. Okay, result page will be the same here. Result page is a static or dynamic? Tell me. Result page is static or dynamic? So here it will ask you to enter what? Hall ticket number. Here you enter hall ticket number. Now tell me, is it this page will be a static or dynamic? Static. This page is what here? Static. Now you enter hall ticket number. And you find the result. So once you click on find, after giving hall ticket number, once you click on find, you'll get one page. This is a page, but this output is fixed or dynamic? This output is fixed or dynamic? Dynamic. This output is not fixed. This output is what? Dynamic. Here you'll get a student roll number, you'll get a student name, and you'll get what? Result. Result and subject marks. Is it this content is fixed or dynamic? Dynamic. But who's generating this dynamic page? Who's generating this dynamic page? Who's generating this dynamic page? This dynamic page is generated by one program. Which program? Server side program. It is generated by one program. Which program? Server side program. It is generated by one program. Which program? Server side program. So this web application required programs at which side? Server side. And server side program generate what page here? Dynamic web pages. So for this you are using some server side technologies. Okay. If it is a Java, you'll use what? Servlets. Use servlets, JSP, and you may use a frameworks like what? Spring. Okay, you may use a Spring Boot. Okay. So if it is a .NET, If it is a .NET, so C sharp .NET, okay. So you are using ASP.NET, ASP.NET, you are using ASP.NET. If it is a Python, what you are using? D, Django, comma, what is this? What is the next one? Flask. All these are frameworks provided by whom? Python. And even you will be using what? PHP. All these are different server-side technologies which are used for developing which application? Dynamic web applications. Okay. For example, if you take SDFC, anything you take, suppose SDFC, so SDFC Bank, SDFC Net Banking, LC Net Banking. Now tell me, is it this is same for all the customers or changes? Tell me, is it this is a same or same for all the customers or changes? Same. This page is what here? Same. This content will be the same. For all the customers, this is same. But once I click on login to which bank? Net banking. Once I enter user ID and press which one? Continue. Then whose content you'll get? If you click on continue, whose content you'll get? Dynamic. This user ID content you'll get. Okay, that person ID content will get or not? Yes. It means that page contain information. Whose information? That person information. Now, who generating the web page with that person information? By one program, which is there at which side? Server side. This is where you required programs at which side? Server side. Are getting or not? All of you are getting or not? Yes, are getting. So what is a static? Static means the content will not be changed. Content will not be changed. That is called what? Static. Dynamic means the page content changes from one request to another, will change. That is called as what? Dynamic. For sorry, for creating this dynamic pages, what you required? For creating this dynamic pages, what you required? Programs. At which side? Side, server side. So when you talk about web technologies are classified. Web technologies are classified into how many categories? Two categories. One is client-side technologies. One is client-side technologies. One more is server-side technologies. Okay, na? In your resume also you should write like this. Okay, server-side technologies. Web technologies are classified into two categories. One is the client side and one more is what? Server side. Client side means who's a client in web? Who's a client in web? Who is a client in web? Array. Who's a client in web? Browser. Very good. Browser. Don't say user. Priyanshu. Not user. Browser. Who's a client? Browser. In web development, who is a browser? Who is a client? Browser. Because how user interact with the web application using browser. Any program executed within browser is called which technologies? Client side technologies. Client side technologies like what? HTML. Okay, HTML. Okay, client side technologies, that is HTML. HTML is there. Next, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript. Okay, Angular, Angular JS, Bootstrap is the CSS frameworks. All these are which one? Client side technologies. So what are the server side? server side technologies. As a Python developer, okay, you are writing like this. What are those? You are writing, what you are writing? Django, Django, and one more is what? Flask. Django, Flask. Okay, you have to classify like this. You have to classify like this. This is about what? Web applications. Tell me, what is web application? An application is a collection of programs. What is a web application? An application accessed using internet or intranet is called which application? Web application. An application whose resources are accessed using browser is called which application? Web application. And web applications are how many types? Two types. One is static and one more is what? Dynamic. Okay, static web applications, the content of this web application is same for one request to another. It doesn't change this, and you can develop this by using HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap like that. Dynamic web applications. These web applications require programs at which side? Server side, because the server side program generate dynamic web pages. The page content changes from one request to another request. That you call it as which one? Dynamic. The page will be the same, but the content will be changes from one request to another request, or from one user to another user. That you can call it as which application? Dynamic web application, right? So these are client side and these are what here? Server side. If you take anything you take, suppose assume that, okay, assume that if you take a Gmail, Gmail is there, right? Gmail login. Okay, Gmail login is there, no? Suppose I log into one account. So this will be the, is it, this is static or dynamic? Tell me. This page is static or dynamic? Tell me, this page is static or dynamic? Dynamic. This is not static. Because here my name is there, no? Okay, my name will be there in your system also. My name will be there in your system also. No, no. Uh, this is static or dynamic? Dynamic. No, no. So once I enter my password and click on next, then request is sent to a program which is there at which side? Server side, and it is generating one page. It is generating one page, right? Generating one, it is generating a page. It is generating one page. What it is doing? It is generating one page with some content, right? Is it this content? The content of this page will be the same content. No, you don't get the same content, right? So this page content is changing from one user to another. So who's generating this dynamic content? By the program which is there at which side? Server side. And you required to write the programs at which side? Server side. Okay, right? Is it clear this? What is server side program? Compulsory, you should know it. Okay, na? Compulsory, you should know it. Very simple. Simple example I'll tell you. Okay, simple example, if you see, hotel is there. Hotel, right? Hotel. So a customer will go to hotel. Customer go to what here? Hotel. Okay, to eat something. To eat something, he go to hotel. And one person will come to this person, customer. One person will come, right? This person is called as which one? Server. One person will come. Who is this person? Is server. And he'll ask the customer, what do you want? He'll ask the customer, what do you want? He'll ask the customer, what do you want? He'll say, suppose, he'll say, I want some idli. He'll say, I want some idli, right? Then this server, he'll look for, server go to kitchen, right? And look for which one? Idli. So already idli are prepared. Already idlis are prepared, right? This idli is the same for all the customers. This idli is the same for what? All the customers. Same idli or different idli? Tell me here. Same idli will give or different idli? Same idli. Same idli will give. Okay, na? Suppose there is one more customer. Assume that. One more customer went to same hotel and server, he'll ask, I want idli, but I want masala idli. He'll say masala idli, right? Huh? When you say masala idli, idli is there. This is static. This is static, right? Idli is a static. But dynamically, you are adding some changes, right? Masala you are adding. One person will be there in a kitchen. Who is that person? Chef is there. What chef will do? He'll add masala on idli and serve this idli. But this is fixed or dynamic? Is he serving same idli or sambar idli? Oh, very good. Sambar idli. Ah, very good. Okay, sambar idli means now he'll add this idli in the sambar and serve it. Getting on? So is it content is a fixed or changing? Changing. So that you call it as which one here? Dynamic. That is called as a dynamic. See here. This page, what is that? Inbox page will have the same template. Template will be the same, but content is, or a template will be the same, but content is, this template is the same or different? Same, but content is same, huh? Tell me, content is the same or different? Different. This you call it as which one? Dynamic page. This is called as a dynamic page. But who will generate these dynamic pages? Who will generate these dynamic pages? These dynamic pages required programs at which one? Server side. This you can call it as even which one here? Backend. Backend. This is called as a backend technologies. These are called server side technologies. Okay, na? Then next, you have one more type of application. And what is the name of? I'll tell you up to this. Distributed applications. Mobile applications or one more application is distributed application. So here, distributed application. Distributed applications. For example, now if you take again hotel example, Suprit, ask a question in the chat window. Okay, ask the question in chat window. Don't raise your hand. Ask the question in chat window. I'll answer it. Okay, na? There is one more application is there. What is that application? Distributed. You take an example of hotel only. You take an example of what? Hotel only. Hotel. Hotel example if you take, okay. Now a customer is there. A customer want to eat. A customer want to what? Eat. Eat in X hotel. Then customer should go to which hotel? X hotel. Customer should go to X hotel. This customer should go to which hotel? X hotel, and then he should eat. But nowadays, a customer doesn't require to go to hotel, right? He can eat by sitting at home. He can eat by sitting at what? Home. Yes or no? Then how he can eat by sitting at home? Is not going to hotel, right? Is not going to hotel. Is going to hotel, not going to hotel, is not going to hotel. But still is getting the food or not? Yes. Food, very good. Some mediator is there here. Some mediator is there. Who's that mediator? What is that mediator? You know better than me, right? What is that? Swiggy, Zomato, all these are what? Mediators. So this person, what he'll do? You are telling this person, I want idli. This person you are telling, I want idli, then he'll go to that hotel and pick up what here, idli, and come back and serve it. But are you going to hotel? No. It means this hotel providing which services? This hotel is providing which services? No. Is it this hotel is providing service to one person or more than one person? More than one. But there is one mediator. These resources are distributed. These resources are distributed. What I mean to tell you is, you find a web application means you can execute. Web application means you execute only from where? Browser. This web application you can access only from where? Browser. Only from browser. If you want anything from web application, I need to access it from browser. But suppose my system is having mobile application. My system is having which application? Mobile application. Okay, my system are having smartwatch. It is having a smartwatch. Smart devices are there. Smart devices like smartwatch, mobile. Okay, I want to access like Amazon app. You have an Amazon apps here. For example, if you take HDFC Bank is there, HDFC Bank. How many ways can you access the HDFC Bank services? Two ways. One is you can access from browser. You can access from browser. You can access. You can access from the. You can access from the browser. You can access the same by using mobile app, right? So mobile app. This mobile app, how it can access this web application? This mobile app, how it can access this mobile web application? Mobile app cannot execute what web application? Then how this mobile app access this web application? For that, you require some mediators. And these mediators, you call it as what? API. Application Programming Interfaces. Application Programming Interface. So one application is distributed to what? One application is distributed to what? One or more than one. One application is distributed to how many applications? It can access from browser, it can access from mobile, it can access from what? Smartwatch. Okay, how it is possible? By using what? Distributed applications. So what is a distributed applications? An application whose resources. This is the application, right? This application resources are given to one application or more than one application? More than one. And this application can be mobile application, or this can be another web application also. It can be another web application also. For example, suppose if we take a payment, more than one application. Yes, it is just like a payment. Payment is there. No, suppose Amazon is there. Amazon, okay, Zomato, Swiggy, all this. You do payment or not? Yes. Amazon uses Google Pay. Zomato uses Google Pay. It is also uses what? Google Pay. So Google Pay is what here? Distributed. It is which application? Distributed application. For example, if you take a bank, there is a bank. So this bank services are used by which one? Google Pay. Google Pay. This bank service, Google Pay is one more application or not? Yes. So such applications, you call it as what? Distributed applications. An application was resources. An application, suppose you take example of ATM only here. ATM. You went to ICICI ATM. ICICI ATM. What is that ATM application? Is web application or not? Yes. But this customer is having which bank? HDFC card. This customer is having which card? This customer is having which card? HDFC card. Now he'll go to ICICI ATM and insert the card. Insert the card. Then ICICI ATM is web application, right? This web application should read details of which bank details. I should read whether this card is valid or not. But who's having this card details? ICICI Bank is having, HDFC Bank is having. Tell me, ICICI Bank is having this card details, HDFC. Arey, HDFC Bank detail, HDFC card details will be with which bank? ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank. ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank, right? But ICICI, is it ICICI can access directly the details of HDFC? Tell me, is it ICICI can access directly the details of HDFC? No. In that case, it is not secured, right? Then this HDFC people provide some APIs. They'll provide what here? APIs. APIs, which you call it as web services. These are called as what here? Web services. Now, these web services are used by which application? ICICI web application. It means one application whose resources are given to what number of applications, whose resources are given to number of applications, and that application you call it as what? Distributed application. Understood? Understood or not? What do you say? Yes or no? You should know all these things. An application whose resources is resources given to, okay, more than one application is called which application? Distributed distributed application. For developing this, how you make your application as distributed, for that you'll be learning what you need to implement. You have a rest what here? API. APIs. You have to develop what? APIs. REST API. You are using REST API. DRF. DRF means Django RESTful Framework. Django RESTful Framework. And you are using Fast API. Fast API. It is also REST API, which is used for developing which applications? Or it is also used for developing which applications? Distributed applications. Understood? All of you, yes or no? Understood or not? Okay, na? Yes. That's all. Now this is one more type of application, and there is a mobile applications. I'm not telling this. Up to this you understood? You want me to give definitions? Mobile applications. Okay. An application which runs in mobile device. An application runs within what? Mobile device is called which application here? Mobile application. Okay, na? Understood this? Right. Then now, for developing any application, for developing any application, for developing any application, what we required? For developing any application, we required what here? Libraries. What you required here? Libraries. You required libraries. So Python, when I talking about Python is having, when I talking about Python is having large number of, what libraries. It is having huge community. So for developing web applications, okay, Python provides the following what here? Frameworks. Okay, frameworks here, framework. Okay, these are the web application frameworks. These are Python web application frameworks. So Python web application frameworks. Python web application frameworks. So there are so many frameworks are there here. Okay, a lot of web application frameworks are there. So a lot of frameworks are there here. Sorry. So now you can see Django, and there is a Cherry Pie, and there is a Pyramid, and there is what Grok, and there is Turbo Gears, and there is Web 2.py, and there is what here Flask. There is a bottle, and there is a Torando, okay, and Blueprint. Okay, all these are number of frameworks. Okay, so Python provide lot of frameworks. So it provide lot of frameworks. Okay, web application frameworks. You have a lot of frameworks here. So the list is okay. Here is given list. So list of web application frameworks. Okay, sorry, it's not given list again. So Django, we'll write it here. So first one is what here Django, and second one is what here Flask. Okay, third one is called as a cherry pie. Cherry pie. Third one is cherry pie. Okay, pyramid. So pyramid, bottle. Yes, pyramid, grok. So there is a grok. There is a grok, right? Turbo gears, bottle. Okay, turbo gears. Turbo gears. Okay, turbo gears. Okay, bottle. Already I put this here. Now these are some other frameworks. Blueprint, Web2.py. So Web2.py. These are other frameworks. So what is a framework generally? What is framework? So framework is a collection of, framework is a software. Okay, framework is a collection of, framework is a collection of packages and what modules. Framework is a collection of packages and modules. It's nothing but framework contain what here? Library. Framework is what here? Contain library used for developing what here? Applications. Developing applications. Now framework provides a development environment and execution environment. So it will provide both development environment and execution environment. It will provide two things. One is development environment and one more is what? Execution environment. Both provided by whom? Framework. For developing applications, what you required? Library. For executing the developed applications, you required servers. And even that server also provided by whom? Framework. So generally a framework, web application framework. So Python web application frameworks. Python web application frameworks. Web application frameworks are classified into different categories. Okay, one is called full stack web development framework. Full stack framework, I can say full stack web framework. Full stack web framework. Second one is micro framework. Micro framework or micro web framework. Okay, full stack web framework. And one more is what? Micro web framework. So Python Python web application frameworks are classified into a different categories. I can say these are classified into two categories. Generally, you call it as one more category called asynchronous framework. There's one more framework called which one? Asynchronous framework. But there is a full stack web framework and micro framework. So what is a full stack? What is a full stack web framework? What is a full stack web framework? And what is a micro framework? For example, for example, a, a person is there. A person want to purchase one bike. A person want to purchase what? Bike. He want to purchase bike. Okay. Then what he'll do is he'll go to the showroom. Yes or no? He'll go to the showroom, bike showroom. Okay. And he'll pay the cash and he'll purchase a bike. But when he purchase a bike, everything will not come with the bike. Okay. Everything is not included in the bike. Yes or no? Everything is not included in the bike means what? Suppose mirrors doesn't comes with what? Bike. Helmet will not come with the bike. Huh? And covers will not come with the bike. Huh? Yes or no? Some lighting will not come with the bike. All these things will come with the bike, or you have to purchase. Safety rods doesn't comes with the bike. Will it all this comes with the bike or doesn't comes with the bike? Does it when also? Yes. Is it comes with the bike or doesn't comes with the bike? Doesn't comes with the bike. You have to buy. You have to buy, right? You have to buy. But suppose even you have to buy all extra things. You have to get all extra things, right? All extra things doesn't comes with this bike. Suppose if all this comes with a bike, everything comes with a bike. Ready to what? Drive. Petrol, everything is comes with a bike. Ready to drive. Ready to drive. Nothing have to purchase. Nothing have to purchase. Ready to drive. That you call it as which one? Full stack. Full stack web framework means a framework itself is provide everything. Everything is comes with what? A framework. Everything is included in the framework. Database, server, everything comes with what? A framework. I mean, whatever things you require for developing a web application, everything comes with a framework. That is called what? Full stack. Everything comes with a framework. Okay. So full stack web framework provide all the resources. You don't require to install a single thing from outside. You don't require to install the single thing from the outside. Everything is provided by what? Framework. That you call it as what? Full stack web framework. Understood? Full stack web framework. Okay. What is full stack web framework? Is full stack web framework. Full stack web framework provides all the resources or all the libraries are all the libraries developing for developing which application? Web applications. Okay. Example for full stack is Django. Django is popularly used because it is called a full stack web framework. Once you install the Django, everything is provided by Django. Django provide database, Django provide what do you call it as template engine, Django provide server, everything. You don't require to install anything from outside. You don't require to install anything from outside. That you call it as full stack web framework. Understood? Understood? What is say here? Yes or no? Huh? Full stack. Full stack means everything will come. Everything will come from that, right? Suppose you go to hotel for eating food. Okay, you go to hotel for eating food. You take, okay, you go to hotel for eating food, right? Huh? You 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 order what food? With that food, you don't get ice cream. You want to eat ice cream, right? That food doesn't gives what? Ice cream. Doesn't get ice cream. Doesn't get sweets. Then you have to purchase separately or not? Yes. Full plate, fully loaded means everything is available. You don't require to take anything extra. Yes, that you call it as full stack web framework. Means everything comes with a framework only. But when it comes to the micro framework is there. Micro framework. What is micro framework? This framework doesn't provide all the resources. This framework, this framework doesn't provide all the resources. All the resources. All the resources. Okay. It is just like a plate meals, full meals. Okay, now here everything will come here. Okay, this is only certain things will come. This is lightweight. This is what lightweight. This is heavyweight. Lightweight means not come all the things, right? So this framework doesn't provide all the resources. All the resources doesn't provide means it is used. It is used for developing simple web applications, but not complex. Simple web applications, but not complex. Complex things you cannot develop it by using which framework? Micro framework. Simple things you can develop it by using what? Micro framework. Example is what? Flask. What is the example here? Flask. Flask is an example for that. If anybody asks you, tell me what is the difference between Django and Flask? Bolo yaar, what is the difference between Django and Flask? Come on yaar. What is the difference between Django and Flask? Both are what? Similarity. Otherwise, you tell me similarity. पूरा क्या है? This both are what? Which frameworks? Web application framework. Both are used for developing which applications? Web. Both are used for developing which applications? Web application. Django is used for developing web application. And Flask is also used for developing what? Web application. Then what is the difference? What is the difference? What is the difference? You can see here, right? What is the difference? Django is which framework? Full stack web framework. What is Flask? Micro framework. Full stack means fully loaded. Fully loaded. Micro means not fully loaded. It is just like gun is given. Gun, you know gun, right? Gun is given. You purchase a gun without bullets. Then you have to purchase what? Bullets separately, right? Bullets you have to purchase separately. I want to shoot. For shooting I required bullets. अभी gun लेके क्या करेंगे without bullets? So then you required purchase. Micro framework is just like a gun without bullets. Yes. 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 That is what a micro framework. So then it is better to use Django. No, sir. What is a Flask then? Very good question here. See, always you don't require complete. Okay. Complete you don't require, right? Suppose full meals, plate meals. Full meals, plate meals. Suppose here some people will be there. Some people are like data science people. Data science. Some persons will be there like data science people. They don't require full meals. They require only plate meals. It means what is the role of data science people? They want to deploy the models on web. They want to deploy models on web. Then they don't require all these things. So all these things are not required. All these things, so many things are not required. So many things are not required. They required only this. This is enough. These resources are enough for the data science people for deploying what here models on the web. Depending on the client requirement. Very good, Pratap. Yes. Depending on the client requirement and depending on the application requirement, you either use full stack or use what? Micro. So selection of web framework depends on Selection of web framework. So selection of web framework, okay, depends on requirements. Depends on the requirements. Depends on the requirements means you may purchase a bike without extra fittings. You don't require extra fittings. Still you can drive the bike or not. Yes. Yes or no? Still you can drive it. Still you can develop application without using that extra resources. Getting or not? So selection of web framework. Yes. Selection of web framework. Yeah. Graphs. Graph is an example for micro framework and in Matplotlib. Yes. So selection of web framework depends on requirements. Okay. So you may select either web full stack web framework or micro framework. I think you find different types of frameworks, right? I think is it there here? Just here. You can see something. You can see it. Types of frameworks, full stack frameworks, and what is that? Micro framework offers limited elements for the creation of application. Help in the development and front end and back end and what database. Everything is there here. An asynchronous framework allows to manage massive sets of concurrent connections. Asynchronous, asynchronous framework, right? Yes, these are different types of frameworks you can find, right? Understood? What do you say here? Yes or no? Huh? What do you say? All of you? Are you able to understand or not? Are you able to understand? All of you? Okay. See, my intention is after completing this session, even you should put in your resume. I know, I know what Django, I know what here Flask. Even though those who don't know Django, you can learn Flask. Okay, na? Okay, na? Yes, that is my intention. But you cannot become a master in 5 days only. You have to practice a lot. Okay, na? Yes. Remember that first. Okay, na? So why we are learning Flask? Tell me. Why we are learning Flask? What is a Flask? Now we'll come to this picture now. What is Flask? So this is main movie. Movie started now only. Huh? But before this, whatever we have seen only background. So before entering into the movie, now what is Flask? Tell me. What is Flask? Flask means don't say flask. जिसके अंदर चाय रहता. Huh? What is Flask? Framework. Yes. Okay. What is a Flask? Is a framework. What is Flask? Is a web application framework. Okay. What is a Flask is? It is a web application framework. Okay. Yes. What is a Flask is? Flask is what? Python. Python. Which framework? Which framework? Micro framework. It is a micro framework. Micro framework. This has to be highlighted, right? So Flask is a Python micro framework. Micro framework. Okay. Which provides what it provides tools. It provides the tools and some libraries. Libraries. Okay, libraries for developing or building which applications? Web. For building which applications? Web applications. Yes, very good. Somebody is written like this. I'll copy your definition also. Who's this? Mohanty. Right. This is also a very good definition. I taken your definition also. Okay. So Flask is a micro web application framework Written in what? Python programming language. Yes. Any other definitions? Any other definitions? Okay, right? That's it. So tell me, Flask is a client side or server side? Flask programs executed at the within the browser or within the server? Server. Okay, Flask is a backend technology. Flask is what? Backend. Backend technology. Backend technology. Okay. Yes. So written in Python. Written in Python. Flask is a micro web framework written in Python programming language. It's written in Python programming language, Markup, right? It is written in Flask is written in which language? Python language. Correct only, right? So Flask is a backend technology or which technology? Server side. Server side technology. It is a backend technology or server side technology, right? It means Flask programs are executed. Flask programs are executed within what year? Server. Flask programs are executed within the server. Where the Flask programs are executed within the server. Is it clear this one? Right? And what is the advantage? What is the advantage of using Flask? So what is the advantage? Sorry. What is the advantage of Flask? So only one advantage is that is you can say Flask is okay. Flask is what here? Flask is simple. Flask is what here? Simple and easier. I can say Flask is simple and what easier. It is simple as well as what easier for developing what web applications. Simple and easier for developing web applications. Okay. Flask is a simple and easier for developing web applications. Okay. And it is a lightweight. It is a lightweight, small scale companies, right? It is a lightweight, lightweight, lightweight. So it is lightweight, right? It doesn't take a lot of space or resources. It is a lightweight. Maybe I think some of the companies uses Flask. You can see this. Which companies are using Flask? Okay, which companies are using Flask? See here, all these companies are using what Flask. See here. So Pinterest is there and Reddit. Netflix is there. Okay, very good. Mozilla, Teradata, Zalando. Like all these companies are using which one? Flask. Pinterest is using Flask. See here, Pinterest. So these are the companies. Which companies are using here? Red Hat. So Netflix, Python Anywhere. See here, Python Anywhere also using Flask. The companies are using Flask like market gains like LinkedIn. See here, LinkedIn, Netflix, and Uber and use Flask to achieve high quality for their web platforms. The concept of micro framework implies that the Flask core is kept plain and extensible. So developers are able to adapt it depending on the requirements of the project. It is extendable, means whenever you want, you can add some new features or you can add some new resources, right? Say, does Netflix uses Flask? Yes. So Netflix uses Flask for specific microservices at backend tools, which shows that Flask is capable of large scale production environment also. Okay, na? So which website uses Flask? All this. Okay, a lot of companies are using Flask, right? So which companies uses Flask means I just take some of the companies here, right? So don't think that small companies only. There are some big companies which uses what here? Flask. Okay, na? All of you, is it clear? So don't think that Flask means simple. Okay. So it is also used for developing some web applications. There are some companies still using which one? Flask. These are only two web frameworks which are used by most of the companies. So who developed a Flask? Now who developed a Flask? Now this Flask is developed by Flask is it developed by a person called Armin Roncher, I think. Roncher. Okay, this is the name of the person who developed the Flask. Armin Roncher. Okay, this is the name of the person. Armin Roncher. This is the name of the person who developed Flask. You can see this person. Huh? So this is a person who developed Flask. Okay, is an Austrian open source software programmer and creator of the Flask web framework for Python. Okay, yes. Yeah, notes I'll upload in the Telegram. Notes will be uploaded in the Telegram. Okay. Okay. Notes will be uploaded in the program. Okay, right? So just try to understand this. Now today I've just given only introduction. Huh? You understood? Huh? Up to this, all of you understood? Okay. So we'll develop applications. We'll develop applications. Don't worry. Okay. And this Flask is released in the year 2010. You can say Flask is okay. Flask is released. First version of Flask is released or developed. Okay, released in the year 2010. So web application required. Web application required. Okay, actually web application required. So two things here. Two things are two softwares. Okay, two things you required. Two components you required. So one is called as one is called as a client. So first one is called as a client. You required a client software and you required what here? Server software. You required two things. One is a client and one more is a server. Okay. So in web application development, in web application development, in web application development, always a client is what here? Browser. Client is a browser. Okay, client is what here? Browser. Browser is a client. So client is a browser. Okay. And server, you required a server. Now server is a software. Server is a software. Okay, where application, where web application is what installed. Server is a software where web application is installed, and application resources are served. Application resources are what? Served. Okay. So server is a software where web application is installed, and application resources are what here? Served. Application resources are served. That you call it as server. So generally these servers are two types. One is a development server. So development server. Okay. And one more is what? Production server. So development server and one more is a production server. Means after developing your application, you install that application into what? Production server. Okay. So you find two types of servers, development server and production server. Suppose if you are developing application using Java, then you required which server here? Java web server. You required a Java web server. If you are working with the .NET, then you required which server? Okay, .NET web server. Means that should understand which language? .NET language. And if you are working with a PHP, then you required which server? Some PHP server like this. In the same way, if you are working with a Python, then you are required which server? Python web server. Python web server. Python web server. Okay. But there are so many vendors provide these web servers. So many vendors provide these web servers, and all these web servers follow the specifications given by the Python, and all these web servers are the servers. I can say Python web servers, Python web server. Okay, Python web server, Python web server. Okay, Python server or Python web server is developed by following the rules given by Python. Python web server is developed by following the rules given by Python, and these rules are called WSGI. So that is nothing but web server. Web server. So what is this? Gateway, web server gateway interface. Web server gateway interface. What is this WSGI? It is the abstracts. It is abstracts or rules given by Python for developing Python web servers. Okay, these rules are given by the Python for developing Python web servers. So WSGI, you can see WSGI stands for Web Server Gateway Interface. It is used to forward requests from web server to the backend Python web application or framework. Okay, so this is nothing but a rule. It is an interface, or it defines some set of rules and regulations here. Web server gateway interface is a mediator responsible for conveying communication between the web server and what? Python web application. Python web application. So what is WGS stands for? Web server gateway interface. That is, WGS container is a separate running process that runs different port on your web server. So what is web server gateway interface? Is a rules and regulations, and using these rules and regulations, okay, using these rules and regulations, you develop. It is only for Python. It is only for Pythons here. Web server gateway interface, which is called as WSGI, which G also called simple calling convention For web servers to forward requests to a web application, a framework written in which language? Python language. Now, is a Flask is a WSGA server? Yes. Flask is a WSGA application. A WSGA server is used to run the application converting incoming HTTP request to the standard WSGA environment and converting outgoing WSGA response to HTTP response. So actually WSGA means all web applications in Python, all web applications in Python are developed using which rules? WSGA rules. How you develop these web applications? By using WSGA means who run this Python web application? WSGA. Who run this Python web application? WSGA. So all web applications in Python are developed using WSGA rules. Rules are the same thing, you call it as specifications. Okay, these are called rules are what? Specifications. Okay, and these specifications you implement it. Now framework provide these rules and regulations, and by implementing these rules you will try to develop what? Web application. So please just try to understand this. Actually, whenever you work with a web application, I just go in somewhat detail, right? Okay. So always see here, this is a browser and this is a server. This is a browser and this is a server. Okay. Now always you send a request from browser, you send a request, right? From browser, this is a browser, and from browser you are sending a request by using one protocol. What is the protocol? HTTP. What is the protocol here? HTTP. Okay, you are sending a request from browser to what? Server. By using which protocol? HTTP. What is HTTP stands for? Come on, tell me here. What is HTTP stands for? HTTP stands for what? Online students. HTTP stands for what? Hypertext transfer protocol. What is this? What is this? What it is? It is application protocol. It is a application protocol. It is a application protocol means for connecting web pages. Okay. So, for example, there are two persons are there. Okay, two persons are there. Okay, assume that there are two persons. This is a rule for communicating between the systems. Okay. Okay, there are two persons are there. One is X person and one more is what? Y person. For example, X person knows what? English. X person knows English and Y person knows what? Telugu. Is it possible to have a communication between these two persons? No. Because this person knows one language and this person knows what? Another language. But in order to have a communication between two persons, you required one language, right? In order to have a communication between two persons, you required one language. You required one language. Suppose there is a language. What is the language? Hindi. So X person talk in Hindi. That is understood by which person? Y person. Yes or no? So Hindi is one language. Hindi is one language and HTTP is also one language. Okay, protocol. What protocol define some set of rules and regulations? So using these rules, now client is talking to which one? Server. Using this rule, client is talking to which one? Server. Client is talking to which one? Server. Now X person is talking in which language? Hindi. Then Y person, yes, mediator. Now X person is talking in Hindi. Then that Hindi is understood by which person? Y person. Now this person is sending a message by using which protocol? HTTP. Then this person should understand what? HTTP. Now your server, this server is there. No, server is which server it is? The server is which server it is? HTTP server. Means HTTP client to talk to which server? HTTP server. HTTP client to talk to which server? HTTP server. HTTP client to talk to which server? HTTP server. Okay, na? HTTP client to talk to HTTP server. Now you are sending a message to HTTP server. HTTP server receive that message. HTTP server receive that message. And to process, okay, to process here, after receiving message, I should process that information. For that, you are developing this application. For processing that information, you are developing one application. Which application? Web application. But is it this application is executed by HTTP server? No. Because HTTP server understand only which language? HTTP. But your web application is written in which language? Python. To run this Python web application by the server, you required one more mediator. This is one mediator. And this mediator is called what here? Engine. This is called as which one? Engine. And what is this engine is? This engine is called as which engine? WSGI engine. So you required one engine. And what is that engine is? WSGI engine. Now this is called as WSGI. That is web server gateway interface. It is an interface between web server and what? Web application. Either it is written in Flask, it is written in what? Django, it is written in any language. Okay, it is written in any language. So that is common gateway interface. What is CGI? CGI is a common gateway interface, which is specifications, okay, and which is given by Java, and that is used for developing which applications, which engines? Java engine, CGI, common gateway interface, right? So that is for which engines? Java engines, servlets, okay, servlets, JSP, all these are executed by JSP engine, servlet engine. Okay, these are executed by CGI enabled servers. But our servers are what now? Python servers are what? WSGS servers. Okay, so this engine you require. WSGA engine you require, right? So this acts as an interface between the web server and what? Web application. Means it will take the request and send it to web application, and which will manage the execution of web application done by which one? WSGI. Okay, na? So you have to understand what is WSGI. Is it Flask is a WSGI server? Yes, Flask is a WSGI application. A WSGI server is used to run application. Which application it runs? WSGI application. That is what I said here. Okay. A web application in Python are developed using WSGI rules or specifications. So WSGI is converting machine language? No, not like that. Not like that. Okay. Not like that. Okay. It acts as a mediator, means HTTP, suppose this is HTTP server, right? So client will send a request by using which protocol? HTTP. And that HTTP request, it should convert into the request understand by which language? It should convert into a request understand by which language? Python language. Understand by which language? Python language. That is done by which engine? WSGA engine. So WSGI engine work as a mediator between the web application and what? Web server. Okay, it work as a mediator. So this is a mediator. Work as a mediator. This is WSGI engine. WSGI. This is WSGI interface. Okay. Now this is WSGI and this is what your web server. This is your web server. This is web server. Okay. This is web server. So web server is there. Okay. Web server WSGI and this is your web. This is your web application. This is your web application and this is your browser. Browser is what now? Client. So this is a browser. So this is a browser. Okay. Now client send a request to what? Browser. Browser send a request to what? Server. And server will receive that request and send it to what? WSGI. And WSGI who communicate with what? Web application. And this web application will process and generate the output and send to what? WSGI. And WSGI send it to which one? Web server. And that web server send it to whom? Browser. This is what will happen. So it acts as a mediator between web server and what? Web application. Means this implement which protocol? HTTP as well as what? Web application related rules and regulations. Right? So that is what is WSGI. WSGI is used to forward requests from web server to a backend Python web application or what? Framework. Okay. Yes. I just copy this one. Okay. To the backend or your web application. Right. So that is what you mean by WSGI. Web server gateway interface. So all Python engines are developed by using this only. Okay. Yes, you can see what is WSGA and NGINX. Okay, these are a web server which is used as a reverse proxy. So mail proxy caching is an implementation of which one? WSGI only, right? So you can see the name of this. What is Flask? What is a Flask WSGI? So what is Flask and what is Flask WSGI? There is one name is there. Okay, which WSGI is used? Okay, so web server gateway interface. Okay, so when you work with the Flask, it uses one name. Okay, it uses one name, right? So now what is the name of that is WSGI is a standardized interface for web servers to communicate with what? Python application. Communicate with the Python application, right? How it communicate with the Python application? By using one server, and that is what WSGS server. Okay, Apache server can be called as WSGI what server, right? So WSGI stands for Web Server Gateway Interface, and it is a standard specification for web servers and Python web application should interact, right? So just try to understand. And what is the name of this here? When you run the Flask, you are actually running workzig development web server. Now, when you install the Python, yes, Django is also WSGI server. Django also WSGI server. Okay, when Flask is installed, when Flask is installed, okay, it provides a development server. It provides a development web server. So it will provide development, I can say development WSGS server, called, this name is workzoo. So this is development web server. What is the name of the server is workzoo or workzoo something, right? This is the name of the server, workzoo. This is the name of the WSGS server provided by which one? Flask. So by default, it comes with this. This is a development server. And not only that, Flask also provides Flask also provides a template engine. Flask also provide a template engine. It will also provide a template engine called Jinja 2. It also provide a template engine. And what is the name of that is Jinja 2 template engine. It will provide a template engine. And what is the template engine is Jinja 2. Okay. Yes. Are you getting or not? What is say here? Yes or no? All of you online students, online students, are you getting or not? Yes. Okay, now what I'm telling you, are you getting or not? Okay. So what we are doing is, now this is how it is. Now this is called as which server? This is called as WSGS server called which one? WorkZoo. This is the name of the server provided by which one? Flask. And Flask also provides a default template engine called which one? Jinja 2. Is the same engine which is used in what? Django. This is the same engine. This is also same, but name is different. This is also same, but name is different. This is also same. Yes. Jinja 2 template engine means whatever template language you are using, right? In Django, you'll use, okay, all this, right? You are using if you are using if you are using what here for all these are what here? Okay, Django template. This is called as DTL. DTL stands for what? Django template language. DTL stands for Django template language, right? Django template language. Then who execute all this? Or who will execute all this? All these are executed by one engine. There is a template engine, and that engine name is what? Jinja 2. There is a template engine, and what is the template engine name here? Jinja 2. Okay, na? Right. So let me, yes, understood up to this. So web application development required two things. Web application development required two things. One is client software and one more is server software. In web application development, always the client is a browser and server is a software. Server is a software where web application is installed and application resources are what? Served. And the servers are two types. One is development server and one more is production server. And this Python web servers uses some rules and regulations, and that is called as which rule? WSGI, which is nothing but is an interface between the web server and web application written in what? Python. Means you can say who execute web application by WSGI server. Okay. And you write the web application by following the rules given by whom? WSGI. By following the rules given by whom? WSGI. Right? So let me install the Flask software. Okay, let me install the Flask software. Now installing which one here? Flask software. Installing. How to install? Flask here is just go to the command prompt. Very simple. You don't require a lot of things. I think already in my system it is installed. So already it is there. And what is the current version of Flask is 3.0. Okay, now you can see all this will comes along with what Flask. What is the name of this workzoo? Zinza 2, click, blinker, okay, ID, it's dangerous. Like all these are other libraries which comes with what Flask. I'll uninstall it. Uninstall. I'll install again. So pip uninstall. Okay, uninstall Flask. You may use a Python 3.9 or higher version, no problem. Any version of Python you can use it, but 3.9 or higher version, try to use it. So now I'm installing it. Pip install. What is the name of this here? Flask. Install the Flask. That's all. Installed. Pip install Flask. Flask is installed. But it is downloaded this server or not? Yes. Because this is who execute your Flask application, and you can see it is also installed which one? Jinja 2, right? Yes. Now this is a first step. This is a first step. This is a first step here. Okay. Okay, right? Now after installing the Flask, you can check is it Flask is installed or not by saying pip show. What is the name of this Flask? The current version of Flask is the current version of Flask 3.1. Current version of Flask is Flask 3.1. Current version of Flask is Flask 3.1. So this is what you call it as current version of what Flask. Okay. Okay, right? Yes. So then next we'll see creating your first web application, right? You understood this? What is WSGI and what is WorkZoo? What is WSGI and what is WorkZoo? Tell me here. What is WSGI? What is WorkZoo? What is WSGI? What is it WorkZoo? WSGI is engine. What is the WorkZoo? Name of the WSGI engine. Okay. It is WSGI engine. Okay, WSGI engine. What is WorkZoo is a WSGI engine. WSGI server whose name is what WorkZoo. What is the name of this? It is nothing but implementation of which one? WSGI standards. Array standards. You should know what is the meaning of standards, right? Abstracts, set of rules and regulations. Set of rules and regulations. I think you know it. For example, you have a various databases. Okay, assume that there is a database called Oracle. There is a database called Oracle and there is a database called which one? MySQL. Suppose this is my Python program. This is my Python program. I want Python program should communicate with what? Oracle. Then use what? One library. What is the library use? What is the library use? CX underscore what? Oracle. This is used to communicate with which database? Oracle database. And assume that there is one more. Yes, there is one more server. What is the name of this here? MySQL connector. I'm talking about Python program. So there is a MySQL connector, and this MySQL connector is used to communicate with which database? MySQL database. Means Oracle, this Oracle people provided CX underscore Oracle, and MySQL people provided MySQL connector. Okay, Oracle people provided CX underscore Oracle, and MySQL people provided MySQL connector. But this is to communicate with Oracle, and this is to communicate with what? MySQL. But how these people are developed these libraries? By following the rules given by whom? By following the rules given by whom? Python. And what is that rule? You can call it as DB API. There is one specification called which one? DB API. That is interface. That is interface. That is called as interface. Now using this, a Python program uses what? DB API to communicate with what? Various databases. It may communicate with MySQL database, or it may communicate with what? Oracle database. Now, what this CX underscore Oracle is doing? Converting Python call into which call? Oracle call. What this MySQL connector is doing? Converting Python call into which call? MySQL call. In the same way, see here, now same way, in the same way, what do you have? What do you have? This is your web application. This is your web application. But how you develop this web application? You develop this web application by using, one framework. You develop this web application by using one framework. What is that? Flask. Or you may develop this web application by using what? Django. Okay, but these are the rules and regulations. And these frameworks follows which rules? Or these frameworks uses which rules? WSGI. This follows which rules here? WSGI. Now Flask is a framework which uses which rules? WSGI. And Django uses which rules? WSGI. And using the WSGI, you develop what? Web applications. Then who execute this web application? You required executor or engine or not? Yes. What is that engine now? Or what is that engine now? WS engine. So WSGI engine, understand which application? WSGI application. WSGI engine, understand which application? WSGI application. Your Flask application is what? WSGI application. Your Django application is what? WSGI application, which is executed by what? WS engine. And who communicate with WSGI engine? Okay, your web. Who communicate with this? By your web server. Web server communicate with what? WS engine. And WS engine communicate with what? Web application. Yes. Yes. Okay. This means on the top of WSGR, we are developing our web applications. Yes. Yes. Not only Flask, even Django also. Not only Flask, Django also. So this WSGR rules are given by whom? Django in Python language. And using that rules, you are trying to develop the application. And this application is executed by whom? WSGI engine. Okay, na? So this is the story. Understood this story, yeah? Okay? You understood this story? Simple. You are developing web application. By using what rules? WSGA rules. Who's given this WSGA rules? By the Flask or what is it? Django. They developed in Python and that rules are given in the form of framework. It is given in the form of what? Framework. Okay. Yes. On the top of WSGA only, you are developing the web applications. Okay, na? Right. Rules are given. Rules are giving Flask. Yes. Which rules? Which rules? Which rules? WSGA. Very good. Chitiraju. Yes, very good. WSGA rules are given by Flask and Django. In which language? Python language. And that rules you follow and develop it. And that is executed by WS engine. Okay, na? Huh? Okay. Yes. See, all these are all framework. Whatever frameworks are there, Python frameworks like Flask, whatever Python frameworks are there, Flask, Django, what is that? Okay, bottle, pyramid. Okay, pyramid. Okay, all these are the frameworks which provide which rules, and all these frameworks provide which rules, WSGI. And these rules you are following and developing web application, and that is executed by WS engine. Okay, that is done by WS engineer. Okay, understood? Okay, Web 2.5, yes, Web 2.5 framework, anything. Yes, 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 yes. You can develop it. Django is a full stack. Flask, Bottle, all these are micro frameworks. Cherry Pie, yes. Okay, these are micro frameworks. You don't get all the resources. Okay, yes, yes, REST API also. REST API also. Anything. Okay, yes. Okay, yes. See, it is as simple as like this. Yes, engine is just executed that application. Engine is just like executor. Huh? WSG engine is, see, suppose, अरे एक बताता हूँ यार, मैं देखो सुनो यार, सुनो, बहुत इजी है यार, उतना क्यों सोच रहे? हाँ, yesterday I said already, Bhuvaneshwari, why Flask you have to use? I already said, you can develop web engine if you are very good. Yes. Suppose, see, I'm writing a program in Python. I'm writing a program in what? Python. Huh? Then who understand Python? I write a program in Python. Who understand Python? Python, yeah, very good. Who understand Python? Python translator. Who understand Python? Python translator. Who understand Python? Python translator. అరే పైథాన్ డెవలపరా? నువ్వే పైథాన్ డెవలపర్ కదా, మళ్ళీ ఇంకెవరు వస్తారు? You only Python developer, API Python developer. So, who understand the Python program? Python translators. Python translator. Python translator understand Python language. Okay, na? Python language understand by Python translator. Huh? Then, uh, Python translator understand Python language. Python is a language. In the same way, I'm writing a program in what? Flask. See, just a minute. I'm writing a program in Flask using which language? I'm writing a program in Flask using which language? Python. I'm writing a program in Flask using what? Python. Python language. Using Python language, I'm writing a program in Flask. But Flask is which application? Flask is which application? Web application. Then I should follow these rules or not? Yes. What is that rules? Array, what is that rules? What is that rules? Very good, very good. Now you are coming to actual. Yes, very good. What is that rules? WSGI. Very good. WSGI. What is that rules? WSGI. Using WSGI, I write a program in what? Python. Then who will understand this? Oh yes, very good. Who will understand this? WSGI. WSGI what? Engine. Khatam. Okay, khatam. Kel khatam. Huh? Understood? Yes. Yesterday I said this. Difference between Django and Flask. Over. Yes. Understood? Yes. Web application created next. Yes. Very simple. All this I'm copying here for reference purpose. Okay. Yes. Python interpreter also one engine. Yes. Python interpreter also one engine. Yes. Okay, now what are the basic steps? Okay, what are the basic steps to write a Python program? So what are the basic steps to write a Python application? Okay, now, right. So we already installed, right? We installed the Python, and then what are the basic steps for creating Python application? Okay, sorry, Flask application. Now these are the basic steps. These are the basic steps for creating. These are the basic steps for creating. Very simple. It's very simple compared to Django. So basic steps for creating Flask application or Flask web application. The first thing is anyway you have to import. You have to import. Okay, you have to import which one? Flask. You have to import Flask. You have to import what you have to import? Flask. What is the name of the package? Or what is the name of the package? Flask. And second one is every Flask application is an instance of a Flask. Every Flask application is an instance of what? Flask. Every Flask application, every Flask application is an instance or object of which class? Flask class. Now you have to create an object of which one? Flask class. You have to create an object of a Flask class. Okay, you have to create object of what? Flask class. Okay, this is a second step. And third step is you have to write a function. You have to write a function that will process the request of the client. Okay, write a function. Write a function or class which process the request of the client. Request of the client and generate what? Response. Very simple. See, here only 3 steps are there. Very simple. There's no hangama like Django. Okay. So import Flask. Every Flask application is an instance or object of Flask class. It is an instance of Flask class. It is object or instance of a Flask class. So write a function or class which process the request of the client. Which process the request of the client. Which process the request of the client. Okay, right. So where you write the Flask application now? Where you write the Flask application, any editor you can use. I'm using IDLEs here because you people are very familiar with IDLE, right? You can write in VS Code also, but I'm writing in IDLE. You can write anywhere. VS Code also you can write, but I'm writing in IDLE. So what is the first step? Import. What you are importing? Flask. Or I'll write like this. From Flask. Import. What is the name of the class? Flask. So first thing is you have to create an object of a Flask class. You have to create an object of which class? Flask class. You have to create an object of which class? Flask class. Okay, you have to create an object of a Flask class. Okay. Now this is my first application. That is application 1. So my application name is application 1. Okay. Now, first you create an object of a Flask. You create an object of a Flask, and inside this you'll be sending a reference of the current module. How can I get the reference of or name of the current module? I can get the name of the current module by using one magic variable. And what is the name of that magic variable? Name. See, name returns the name of the current module. If I say print name, underscore name, print underscore name, that returns the name of the current module. So print name of the current module is what? Main. What is the name of the current module? Main. So always you create a Flask object with what name? Name of the current module. You create name of the current module. Okay. So Flask constructor actually take the name of the current module. Okay. So here I'm creating it by saying Flask, and you are writing here underscore what? Name. See here name. Lot of things it uses, but we'll see all these things. But first I'm giving a name. So it is a constructor. Flask constructor. So Flask constructor here, I'll give the notes later. So create an object of this class and give the name. Give the name. Now this is my application. Which application? You can give any name. What is my application? Application 1. This is application 1. Application 1. This is application 1 or application. Anything you can give. Now this is my application. And this application should perform some operation, right? And you are writing an operation of a application. You are writing an operation. What is my first application is doing is it is trying to display the message. What is the message it is displaying? Hello world. What is the message here? Hello world. And return. What it returns? Hello world. It returns hello world. Now actually this is a function, right? This is what here function. This is a function of which application? Flask application. It means your Flask application is performing one operation. What is it operation it is performing? Hello world. It is performing an operation. What is it operation? Hello world. It is performing one operation called hello world. Okay. How this function is called from the browser? This function is called from the browser by using URL. And you define that URL by using decorator. And there is a decorator available in your application object. And what is the name of the object is router. Okay, what is the name of the object here? Router. And I'm just writing here slash. You can give slash some name. Slash some name. If you don't give anything, you simply put what? Slash. If you don't want to give anything, just put what here? Slash. Just put the slash. Return hello world. Okay. It means this function. See, this is similar to like Django. You are defining URL. How you are calling this function? By using this URL. How you are calling this function? By using this URL. How you are calling this function? By using this URL. And what is the URL I've given? Slash. What is the URL is given? Slash. Any name you can give. Suppose I'll give the URL as what? Hello. What is the URL I've given? Hello. Means this function I should call it by using what name? Hello. If I don't give anything, if I'm saying slash, then it will call which function? Hello world. This is called as URL. And then run the application server application dot run. Now this will run your application server. It will run your application server. Okay, this runs your application server, right? It will run the server. This will run your application server. Which server? Development server. Your application is run in which server? Development server with the port number. It will run in the application, your application in the development server with the port number 5000. 5000. Just click on run and run module. Now you can see this is a development server. Don't use in production development. Your server is running or not? Yes. So this is a local host and your server is running on which port number? 5000. Copy this in the browser. Copy this in the browser and send a request. Copy this in the browser. Copy this in the browser and press enter. What is the message? See here. What is the response? What is the response? Hello world. Now who generated this response? Correct. Who generated this response? This response is generated by which function? Hello world. Because you are calling this function by using what? Slash. You are sending a request to this function by using what? Slash. This is nothing but URL. How to call this function from the browser? How to call this function from the browser? How to call this function from the browser? For that, you have to define what? URL. And how you are defining the URL? By using which method? Route method of your application. Which application? Flask application. Which application here? Flask application. Okay. Understood? You can give any name. Slash. And what is the name I'm giving? Hello. Okay. The name is given hello. So it is run again. Stop this and run this again. So run the server and open the browser. If I say refresh, it is said not found because you have to give that function is called by using what name? Hello. And what is the message? Hello world. Yes. URL. We are routing. Route is nothing but for defining URL. So what is the URL path? Hello. Means this function is called with what? Hello. This function is called with what name? Hello. Right? So let me explain all this one by one, right? In the notes. So this is your first what? Easy, na? Flask is easy or Django is easy? Flask is, are you creating any project? No project, nothing. Is it any project is there? No. Everything is one application. Okay. Now here, okay. Now here I'll put, okay, I'll write. See here, Flask class, first point. Always a Flask object, Flask application. Okay, Flask application is created using, creating which class? Flask class. Flask application, always Flask application is created using Flask class. This Flask class constructor This Flask class constructor receives receives module name as an argument. Module name as a argument. It receive module name as a argument. Module name or name of the current module. Name of the current module. Name of the current module. The name of the current module is get using a magic variable called underscore underscore name underscore underscore name underscore 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 name underscore underscore, right? This is the first thing. Second one is write a function. Okay, write a function write a function yes, background will give. Write a function which perform write a function which performs which per write a function write a function to perform write a function which perform an operation by which application? Flask application. Then third step is yes, because by default every executable Python program every Python program is executed with one name. What is that name? Main. It is executed with one name. What is the name? That main. Every Python executable program or executable module is executed with one name. And what is the name? Main. That is not your program name. That is a name given by Python runtime to run your program. Okay. So it is a main program. Every executable program is given one name called main. Okay. Yes. It's a magic variable. So write a function which perform an operation by Flask application. So this function is called in the browser. This function is called in the browser using what here? URL. Using URL. URL means you can call this as uniform. This is called as uniform resource locator. It is a public name. It is a public name which is used to access functions of which application? Flask application. Flask application. This configuration is done. This configuration is done using a decorator. There is a decorator. What is a decorator? Provided by Flask class called which one? At the rate which one? Route. Okay, at the rate route. Okay, it is a public name. It is a public name. And then fifth step is okay, run the Flask application. Run the Flask application using run method. Run method. So this method install Flask application in a development server with port number 3000 with port number what? 3000 3000 or 5000 3 or 5 5 with port number 5000, right? Yes. Understood all these 5 steps? What I write in the program? What I write in the program? I explain all that. Yeah, Django is 8000. Very good. Django is 8000. Flask is 5000. Yes. You can have a multiple functions. You can have a multiple functions here. Suppose there is a definition. Okay, you can have a, yes, very good. You can have a multiple functions. Not one function. You can have a multiple functions. Your application can have a multiple functions. Okay. So here, now I'm generating. Now again, this is hello world. Hello world 1. Hello world 1. This is one more function. This is one more function, right? What is the name of this function? Hello world 1. This function is hello world 1, and this is output. The output what I want to return is, now I'm saying body. Now I can write in multiple lines. I'm generating the code body. So background color. So I just given body background color, right? So I can give H2 hello. This is my first which application? Flask application, right? And then I'll just write here what BD. So open it, close it, and return. What do you return here? Output. Return the output, and how you call this function at the rate app dot route, and I just write here slash hello one. I just give the name as what? Hello one. Okay, this is a URL. Very easy compared to what? Django. But Django is used because it will provide a lot of features. Okay, na? So I copy this URL and I put here and slash hello one. Now you can see hello. This is first Flask application. Understood? Now you can write this. See, generally you don't write the output in what function. This function is just like a view. Okay. This function is just like what view. This function is just like what here view. These functions are just like a view. It is just like a view. And you can also give the URL. You can also give the URL without using decorator. You can also give the URL without giving decorator. Now definition. Hello world. Hello world. I'm writing hello world 2. So same output. I'm writing this is the same output. Output is the same. But I'll give different color. So return. Return what here? Output. We use template. Yes, we'll use the templates. Array, template engine is there, no? Akash. Template engine hai nahi hai. Template engine is there or not there? There. Then template engine hai bole to templates ही use करते आप. Okay, right? So application dot, there is a method. What is the name of this method is add URL. Add URL rule. Okay. Add URL rule and then define the path. So what is the path I'm giving here without using decorator? This is without using decorator slash hello 2 comma slash hello 2 comma okay slash okay. So what is the name of this? I'll just give the name as what here? Hello world 2. So what is the name of this hello world 2? I just write like this. Add application URL. Okay, add application URL. Now here you are giving multiple names. So what is the name I've given? Hello 2. Now run the application again. Yes. You can give in singular, double, no problem. Here I've given double. Okay. Okay. Now run the application here. If any errors are there, it will show you here, right? So type the URL, and here you can type the URL and slash. What is the name of this here? Hello to. Any error is there, it will show here. What is the error is given? Internal server error. But it is not shown error, right? But actually you should give the rule like this. Start with the prefix is a slash and the name is given as what? Hello to, and the function is what here? Hello world 2. Now you have to write like this. See here it is given error. Argument of type function is not iterable. It is given errors here. Okay. It is not iterable. It's saying it is not iterable. So that is error, right? So you can run this again and you can just go to this and refresh. The required URL was not found on the server. Now you can use a function here, add URL rule. What happened here? Can also use this add URL rule. What is the name of this hello 2? Hello 2 is only hello 2, hello world 2. Not required. Hello will work. Hello, hello will work. Hello is already there, no? Hello will work. This is hello and this is hello 1. Hello will work. Hello 1 also work. Okay. Okay, right? Add URL rule. Application 1 dot add URL rule. So add URL rule is the name of the method. Add URL rule. No, not required because without using that, we are writing it. Without using that, we are writing it. Okay, na? So add URL rule slash and what is the name of this hello? API dot hello. Same we are saying it. Okay. It is a predefined function for routing. It is a predefined function only. For routing, it is a predefined function. So application dot add URL rule and you are giving slash. What is the name index? It is equivalent to this. Instead of writing this, you can write this slash index index. Same thing I write. Oh, come on, yeah. So anything you can give. Okay, now. So this is how it has been written. This is the same thing. What you are writing here. Actually, you can give anything. But anyway, I'm just giving same name. But actually you can give any name here. But most of the times you'll go for decorator. Most of the times you'll go for what? Decorator. So that may decrease what here? Coding. That will decrease the coding, right? Why it is not giving here? I don't know exactly. What is the name of the function hello underscore world 2? Add application URL. Same thing. Application dot add application URL, add URL rule. Same thing only here. Why it is not giving? I don't know. Application URL, not API, not required. Oh, we have to give slash. Sorry. Here slash. I just write here hello 2 and this is a name. So here I'm writing hello 2. So hello 2. Yes. Now hello, this is my first Flask application. Now here you have to pass the two things here. One is okay, you have to pass two things. You are passing two things. That is what I forgot here. So take total 3 arguments here. So one is a rule, an endpoint, and one more is a function. Yes. One is a rule and one more is an endpoint and one more is a function. View function is the last one and this is an endpoint to which you are sending a request. Okay, na? So this is an endpoint and this is a view and this is a rule. Okay. So yes, you can also write like this. Remember this. Add URL rule. Yeah, you can take the same name or different name. No problem. Same or different name. No problem. Okay. But most of the times you'll go for what? Most of the times you'll go for decorator. Most of the times you go for what here? Decorator. Okay. Yes. Most of the times you go for decorator. I copied this code here. Okay. Open the browser and run. Open the browser and run the application by giving different URLs. Then how can I send the data to the function, view function? How can I send the data? How can I send data to the view function? Okay, how can I send data to the view function? Right? How can I send the data? Okay. See, the data can be sent to the function in different ways. Okay. So data can be given. Data can be given to okay view function view function or function in different ways. One is by concatenating with URL, URL, and second one is using form, using HTML form. How many ways can you send the data to the view function? Two ways. By concatenating with a URL, and second one is using HTML form. By concatenating with a URL, and second one is using HTML form. Okay. So we'll discuss this otherwise in the next class, like how to send data to the Yes. Okay, right? Data can be given to view function in different. Now this we'll see in the next class. Today I conclude here. I think you understood all these points, everyone. And even I'll tell you in the next class how to include the templates and how to include the template and all the things. Okay, na? Right. So today we'll stop it here and we'll continue on Monday, not tomorrow. Tomorrow no class. Monday you have a class. Right? Thank you. No video here. No video. These videos will not be available. Okay. These videos will not be available. Okay. You have to attend the class. Yeah, this documentation I'll put in my Telegram. This is my Telegram and I already uploaded yesterday's notes. Okay, now this is code with, this is my Telegram ID. This is my Telegram. Okay. Yes. This is my Telegram ID. We'll see. If time is there, we'll develop one project. If time is there. Okay. If time is there, we'll develop it. Okay. If time is there, we'll develop. Now this is my Telegram ID. This is my Telegram ID. Telegram. This is my Telegram ID. Okay, right? If possible, I'll tell. Possible, I'll tell. Right. Thank you here. Jai Jagannath. Right. Thank you. We'll see you on Monday. When the day Django means it will take some time. Maybe it will take some time. Maybe after 1 week, 10 days, they may start. Okay. New batch. Thank you. We'll see you on Monday. Ah, So, okay. So, good morning, everyone. Can you hear my voice, right? Online students. Can you hear my voice, right? So, can you hear my voice? So, please respond here. Okay. Okay. Correct. Now, in the last class, so here I said about, I said how to create a a Flask application and how to run the Flask application, I said, and how to define the URL by using route function or route to decorator. You can use a decorator, or without using decorator also you can define it by using application.add URL rule. So where you define the URL and endpoint, and this is a function name. And always you run the Flask application by using application.run, right? So data can be given view function or view function in different ways by concatenating with URL or using HTML form. So concatenating with URL is nothing but creating dynamic URL. Concatenating with the URL is nothing but creating, this is creating dynamic. So dynamic URL. So what is dynamic URL is? So creating dynamic URL. So dynamic URL. So we can build a dynamic URL. We can build a dynamic URL by using what variable in the URL, by using variable in the URL. Okay, we can build a dynamic URL by using variable in the URL. Variable is nothing but here value. Because value is here, value is concatenated, concatenated, values concatenated, values concatenated with what URL, and send it to what here function, send it to function, and this function is having parameters. This function is having what here parameter. This function is having parameter, okay, which receives what here values. So you can send a value to the, yes. What is the syntax is? Okay, the syntax is like this. You are using @app dot. You give the function called route for defining URL, and just give within double quotes, just give slash. You just give the path slash, and here you give the variable name. Here you give the variable name, and this is nothing but keyword argument. Means you are sending value to the view function, function, by using keyword argument, and here you define the function name, and this function is having parameter. So that parameter is nothing but variable name. It means you are sending value to the view, and you include number of statements. Okay, there is a statement 1 and there is a statement 2. Okay, now this is how you send the values to the view by using dynamic URL. We can build a dynamic URL by using variable in the URL or values concatenated with URL and set to function, send it to function. Okay, send it to function. This function is having parameter which receive value. So always the value sent to always, okay, always value sent to, okay, always values sent to view function, function as a keyword argument. So let me tell you this. Let me tell you this with the example. Now create an application again. So create a module, or every program is one application. So import, or from import, from Flask, from Flask import, from Flask import Flask. So for creating a Flask application, you are using Flask class. For creating a Flask application, you are using which class? Flask class. This is a Flask class. Because you are creating a Flask application. For creating a Flask application, you are using a Flask class. This is my application. And you create an application by saying application equal to what here? Flask. And you are creating your Flask application using current module. And how can you get the reference of current module? By using name. How you get the reference of current module? Using name. And here, here I'm writing a function called add. And this function received two values, that is n1 and n2. And n3 equal to n1 plus n2, n3 equal to n1 plus n2, and return n3 value. But you are sending this n1, n2 by using URL application.route, and here you are defining the URL. Here you are defining the URL Flask. Okay, here you are defining the URL by saying slash. What is the name of this function? Add, to which you are sending two values. To this, you are sending how many values? Two values. You are sending two values here, not one value. You are sending what here? Two values. So the first value is n1 slash. Second value is what here? n2. So these are nothing but keyword arguments, and n3 equal to n1 plus n2. So after that, you are trying to execute your application by saying application dot run. Application dot run. Now you try to run the application here, run module. So run module and then type this URL. Okay. Now here send a request, open the browser here. Open the browser and type the URL here. Slash, what is the name of this here? Add. If I say only add, it is given error saying that the requested URL was not found. Then what I'm doing, I'm sending a value called 10. But again it is given error, the requested URL is not found. Again it is given error because the requested URL is not found. Then again I said here 20. But again it is given, what is the name of the URL here? Add. N1 slash, I said what here? N2. And I said N1 slash N2. Yes. I try to send two values, that is slash 10. Okay, add slash 10 slash 20. And then again I'm saying slash. Okay. But it is given error, right? Because you write a function, but this function is written with how many values? Two values. This function is written with how many values here? Two values, right? This function is written with two values. Suppose I have written only n1. For example, I have given only n1. Okay, suppose I take only one value. Now instead of two values, I take only one value. Now this is with only one parameter. And what is the name of this parameter? N1. What is the name of this parameter? N1. Okay. But always these parameters are defined within what? Less than and greater than. So there is N1 and there is what here? N2. So there is N1 and one more is what? N2. N1, N2. Okay. So add is receiving how many values? Two values. So you write that is a mistake what we did. N3 equal to N1 plus N2 and return which value? N3 value. Okay, return N3 value. Yes. So N1 is one parameter and N2 is what here? Another parameter. So you are sending two values here. One is N1 value and one more is a N2 value. You are sending two values. One is N1 value and one more is a N2 value, right? So run the application and send how many values you are sending? Two values. So what is the name of this here? Add. And add is having 10. So we send 10. How many values we are sending? Two values. One is N1 and slash. We are sending one more value. And you can see 10, 20. How many values we send? Two values. One is a 10 and one more is a 20. But is it doing addition or concatenation? Concatenation. Because whatever values you are sending, these values are treated as what? Strings. Then you have to convert these values into which type? Integer. You have to convert these values into which type? Integer. Integer of n1 plus integer of what? N2. So always the request parameters are which type? Integer, string type. Always the request parameters are which type? String type. Okay. We'll run the application again. Okay. So we run the application again. And here we are sending a request again 10 and 20. Now this time, what happened here? Integer of n1 and n2 return n3. So here everything has to be taken care by the user only, because okay, everything has to be taken care by the user only. Okay, what is the result is 30. Result is what? 30, right? So always the response is which type? String type. Response is which type here? String. Always the response is which type? String type. You have to convert this response. You have to convert this response into which type? String type. Okay. So this is how you are doing it. Okay. Tell me here. Ashwini, tell me. You understood this example? Understood this example? All of you? Okay, right? You're absent Saturday, na? Then what to do here? Yeah, because always the response is which type? String type. Always the response is which type? String type. Always the response should be of which type? String type. Okay. Okay, right. So this is sending values to the view by using dynamic URL. This is dynamic URL. Means you can send any values here. For example, if I'm writing 100 slash 200, now you can see the result is what? 300. Okay. So we are sending values to the view. We are sending the values to the view by using URL. But this URL is dynamic. to which you are sending more than one value. And this more than one value is separated with what? Slash. This more than one value is separated with what here? Slash. Okay. This more than one is separated with what here? Slash. Okay, right? So then next is, now here we are generating the output. See, you can generate the output by writing in HTML also. Okay, we are just generating the output like this. But even you can generate the output. Even you can generate the output. So you just type the URL. Okay, open the browser and type the URL. Open the browser and type the URL here. Okay. You can also generate the output writing what? HTML code. Here you can write the output. Output is a string, format string. And here I'm writing some body. You can write in multiple lines by using 3 single quotes. You can write in multiple lines. Okay. And you can write here H2. Okay, I'm writing sum of N1 and N2 is what? N3. Sum of N1 and N2 is N3. And here I close the body. Now what you are returning here? Output. Now you are returning the output. So run the application again. So run the application. Whenever you do changes, you have to run the application again. Okay. If you don't run the application again now, I refresh this. Now you can see sum of 100 and 200 is what? 300. Okay, now here we need to return the output as always string. But string is what here? HTML means internal it will create a response. Which response? HTTP response. It will generate the response. Which response it generates? HTTP response. Now here we are writing which code? HTML code. We are writing HTML code within the, we are writing HTML code within what? We are writing HTML code. We are writing HTML code within, okay, view. We are writing HTML code within the view. But instead of writing HTML code within the view or view function or function, you can separate this HTML code and you can write inside what? Template. You can write an HTML file. You can separate this code and you can write an HTML file. You can separate this code and you can write an HTML. Okay. And that HTML file is called a template. That HTML file is called what here? Template. That HTML file is called as a template. Okay. So here I'm introducing template. Here I'm introducing templates. Here I'm introducing template. Okay, here I'm introducing what? Template. So what is a template? Okay, here. What is a template? A template is a file. A template is a file. What is a template? Template is a file. Template is a file. And this file can be .html. This file can be .html. This file can be .xml. This file can be .txt files. This file can be any type, .html or .xml or .txt. So most of the cases, So template represents which file? HTML file. HTML file. So this HTML file or this template is, it is actually server-side program. This template is server-side program, and this program is executed. This program is executed by template engine. And what is a template engine here? Jinja. What is a template engine here? Jinja template engine. And template is dynamic. Template is what here? Dynamic. Dynamic means within template, within template, template means what here? HTML. We can insert, data dynamically and generate output. And generate what here? Output. Within template, we can insert data dynamically and generate what here? Output. Insert data dynamically and generate the output. We can insert the data dynamically and generate the output. Okay. So template is nothing but HTML. So so in Python web application development or Python Flask or any Python web application framework, web application framework, web application framework uses MVT architecture, MVT architecture for developing web application. MVT architecture. So what is MVT? Is the architecture or design pattern. What is MVT? MVT stands for model, view and template. Actually MVT stands for model, view and template. Model, comma view, comma template. So here view is a function. View is a function which receive input, and process it and generate output. Okay, generate the output, receives input, process it and generate the output. And this output is generated using what? Template. It means there is a clear separation. There is a clear separation between, okay, business logic. Okay, there is a clear separation between business logic, okay, and presentation logic and persistent logic. There is a clear separation between business logic, presentation logic and persistent logic. So your model represents database, which is nothing but persistent logic, and template represent presentation logic. Presentation logic means generating outputs, and you are writing a function that is HTML. So that is nothing but HTML, and view is a responsible for receiving input and including template and generating what? Output. So it means view is a responsible of communicating with the template and what? Model. So the function what you write inside a Flask application, that you call it as view function. That is called as which one? View function. Okay, that is called as a view function. Okay, right? Now first what you have to do is, so template means we are separating HTML code. We are separating HTML code from function. We are separating HTML code from the function, and we are writing this HTML code where? In the template. We are writing this HTML code where? Template. Means we are separating HTML code from Python code. HTML code from Python code. You are separating HTML code and Python code. HTML code you write in HTML, and Python code you write in the function. Okay. So for that, for including template, what are the basic steps? Basic steps for creating what here? Template. What are the basic steps for creating template? First, create a templates folder in current folder. Current folder means your application folder. Current folder means your application folder. Create a templates folder in your application folder. Create a template folder in your application folder. Okay. Create a templates folder in your application folder. Yeah. If your application folder is test app, then create templates folder in test app. Okay. Okay. You have to do like that. So second step is, okay, place templates. Place templates. Templates means what here? HTML files. HTML files. Inside which folder? Templates folder. And this template, this template is used. This template is used or render. This template is used or render in a view function. View function using render template. A render template function. Render template function. A render template function provided by Flask package. Provided by Flask package. So there is a function called a render template and return. So return output. A return output or response. So create a templates folder in current folder. So what is my current folder is now in D drive. So this is my current folder. Okay, inside this I create a folder. And what is the name of the folder I'm creating? Templates. I created one folder called templates, and inside this folder templates, inside this folder templates, what I'm doing, I'm creating one HTML file. Okay, if you want, you can do this in the VS Code. Just open VS Code otherwise. Open the VS Code instead of doing in ideally. So there it becomes very easy, right? PyCharm, VS Code, anything you can open. Okay. So close the folder and file, open folder, and here your folder is Flask Workshop. So your folder is Flask Workshop. Select this folder. Now this is your application folder. Okay, this is your application folder. And inside this I created which folder? Templates folder. In the templates folder, select this templates folder, create one file. What is this file here? Is some index.html. This is index.html. And here I am saying h2. This is template example. This is template example. I just given. This is template example. Okay. Like this. Then how can I use this template in my application? So in application folder, create one application, application3.py, application3.py, and in application1.3.py from, I am writing here from Flask, import, which class you are importing? Flask class, comma, you are also importing one function, and what is the name of the function is render template. Sorry, the name of the function is render template. So rendering is converting your, okay, you are converting HTML file into a string by inserting values, So what is the name of the function here? Index. Index is the name of the function, and here I am saying response. Response or output. Output equal to render. So render template and give the name of the template. What is the name of the template here? Index.html. Index.html. What is the name of the template? Index.html. And then return. What do you return here? Output. Now here you have to define the route. Now you have to create application. Application equal to Flask. And you create an application using current module __ name. And you define the URL by using route and give the URL here slash. I'm writing index. Okay, slash index. If you don't write anything, yes, index.html. Index.html. Now this is URL. Miss, how I'm accessing this view function by using this URL. How I'm accessing by using this URL function, right? Okay. Then after that, run this application. Okay, go to the terminal. Okay, go to the terminal. In the terminal, just write Python application1.py. Application1.py. Just click on Control and press Enter. So this is opened here. And what is the name of this URL here? Index. Index, we have not run the application. Application dot what here? Run. So here we run the application. So we have to run the application. Application1.run. And what is the name of this here? Index. What is the name of this here? Index array. Index.html. Flask. Oh, Flask spelling. Application 3, right? Sorry. We have to run application 3. Yes. Flask array. So render template. Okay. Lot of spelling mistakes are there. So run the application, that is application3.py. Our application is application3.py. So run the application and let's type what is the name of the view? Index. Yes. Index. Now you can see this is template example. You can see this is which example? Template example. Okay. Understood? Understood this one? Or you want to tell again? Understood? online students. Okay. So this is including template. But how you include the template? Create one folder. Which folder? Templates folder. In your application folder, create one templates folder, and inside the templates folder you included one template. What is the name of the template you included? Index.html. What is the name of the template you included? Index.html. Okay. Okay, right? Now, even you can also pass the values. Okay, you can also pass the values. You can also pass the values. Okay, now you can also pass the values to this template. Even you can insert the values into the template, right? As what here parameters. Now, if you see render template is a predefined function. I'm copying the code here. Just see. I'm copying the code. This is application3.py. Application3.py. This is my application. In one application, you can have any number of views. In one application, you can have any number of views. I mean, view functions. Any number of functions you can have in one application. Okay. Any number of functions you can have in application. Okay, now. So this is application3.py, and this is a template. So what is the name of the template? Index.html, and this is my template, and this template generate the output. Okay, understood, right? You can also insert values into the template. You can also insert values into the template. Okay, by using tags, template tags. Okay, you can also insert values into the template. So this is inserting values within template using template tags. So that is nothing but DTL, which is Django template language. So DTL stands for Django template language. You can use this language to insert values within the template. For example, let me tell you one more example here. Now I'm creating one more application. I'm creating one more application new. As just write application 4.py. And here I'm writing from Flask, import. Okay, import Flask, comma, render template. I create an application, and I'm creating which application? Flask application, by using reference of the current module. Now there is a function called which one? Add. Add is a function which receives two values. One is n1 and one more is a n2. One is n1 and one more is a n2. And then I'm saying here output equal to render template, and you are trying to render the template. What is the name of the template is add a template dot html, and to this template you are sending the values. So n1 equal to n1, you are sending it as a keyword arguments, and n2 equal to what here? N2. N1 equal to N1 and N2 equal to what? N2. You are sending it as a keyword arguments, then return what you are returning here, output. Now you need to define the URL. You are using route dot application dot route, and here you are defining URL saying slash add and slash. Now this will receive two values. One is n1 and one more is what? N2. Now here you can also define the type. I can define this type as integer. I can define this type as what? Integer. I'm defining the type as integer. Okay, but see here, we'll do one thing. N3 equal to N1 plus N2. N1 plus N2, but here I'm sending N3 value. So N3 is nothing but sum, because I want to insert only sum. Okay, I want to insert all the values, then send N1, value of N1, N2, and then the value of what here? N3. So how many values I send here? Three values, that is N1, N2 and N3, and return output. But here N1 and N2 are which type? Integer type. I have defined the type. N1 is integer and N2 is also which type? Integer. N1 is integer and N2 is also which type here? Integer type. I have defined the type. Then after that, run the application dot run. Application dot run. Okay. Application dot run. Then after that, create one template. In templates folder, create one template. And what is the name of the template I'm creating? Add template dot HTML. Now this is add template dot HTML, and here I want to insert these values. Here I'm inserting the values. I create table row, and here table data. This is number one. Sorry, table data, and this is number one. And here I want to insert number one. You are inserting it by using insert tag, insert data tag, and this is given within two curly braces. Now this is a tag which understood by Django template engine. Now this data you are inserting dynamically. This data you are inserting what here? Dynamically. So table row, and then I'm saying table row. So table row, and there is a table data, and this is number two. Sorry. So this is a number two. So I want to insert the data, and table data, I insert N2 value. Then again table row, then table data, and this is nothing but sum. Table data, this is nothing but sum, and table data insert value of N3. Insert value of N3. Okay. Now just try to understand here. I just give the width as some 50%. Now this is a template. Inside this template, you are inserting how many values? Three values. And you are sending these three values from your application as a keyword arguments. You are sending these three values from your application as which arguments? Keyword arguments, that is N1 equal to N1, N2 equal to N2, N3 equal to N3. You are sending it as a keyword arguments to the template. And inside the template, you are inserting N1 value, N2 value, and N3 value, but using which tag? Template tags. So this template tags will be the same like what you are using in Django. Okay, what you are using in Django, it is same. Now I try to run the application 4. Application 4. Yes, Jinja tags. Application 4. And what is the name of this here? Add 1020. I can see. Number 1 is a 10. Number 2 is a 20. And sum is what here? 30. Number 1 is a 10. Number 2 is a 20. And number 3, sum is what here? 30. Okay, these values are what here? 30. Okay, now. Okay, now this is how you are inserting values within the template. This is how you are inserting values within the template. You are sending values from your application. You are sending values from application. Now this is application 4.py. This is application 4.py. Inside this application, I created a view. Inside this application, I create a function that will add two numbers. After adding two numbers, these numbers are sent to what template. After adding two numbers, these numbers are sent to a template. These numbers are sent to what here? Template. Template is the same. Template is what here? Same. It's very difficult because you write everything in what? Function only. Okay, so you cannot have a preview, right? So it is recommended to write the HTML code in HTML file only. Python code in Python file, HTML code in HTML file. Yes or no? Python code in Python file, HTML code in HTML file. Okay, maintaining your code becomes very easy and previewing your code becomes what? Very easy, right? It is also correct, but that is not preferable. It is also correct, but that is not preferable. Okay, it is also correct, but that is not preferable. Okay, right? Understood up to this, right? So here we are sending values. Here we are sending values. Now you can also send the values by using a form. You can also send the values by using a form. You can also send the values by using a form using various request methods. By using various request methods. You can use various request methods and send the values to what your form. Okay. So next one is now what I'm talking about is so HTTP request methods here. Okay, it means the client can send a request by using various methods. is by using a form. Okay, so we can send a request to Flask application or server using various HTTP request methods. Okay, one is called as a get and one more is what? Post. Okay, using get and post. So generally get is a request. Get is a request. Get is a request used for reading information from server, and post is a request used for storing or doing some changes at beside your server side. So get is a request for reading information where it doesn't do any changes at beside server side. Okay, that is reading. Suppose I want to find details of student. I want to read the information about student. That is called as which request? Get request. Inserting student details is what? Post request. Deleting student details is what? Post request. Updating student details is what? Post request. Post means where server will do some changes. Get means where the server will not do any changes. Get means where the server will not do any changes. Post is where the server will do some changes. Server will do some changes. Okay. Server will do some changes. Okay. So let me tell you an example here. Suppose I'm sending the same data by using one form. Now this is my template here, or HTML template. So this is a template where I input two numbers. This is a template where I input two numbers. This is one number and this is another number. And after giving two numbers, I click on the button add. So I'm telling you basic examples so that you can understand. And once you click on add, this is sent to my application. Okay, this will send to my application. Now this is my application and this application is having one view. And what is that view? Add. And this will receive these two values. This will receive two values by using which method? Get method. This will receive two values by using get method. So when you are defining the URL, at the time of defining URL, at the time of defining what? URL, you define path. You define the path. The path is here add, and you also define the request method. You also define the request method. And what is the request method here? Get. You also define the request method called get. Now, if the request method is get, whatever data you are submitting, yeah, get means reading data. Whatever data you are submitting, this data is stored in one object. And what is that object is? Request object. Here you have one predefined object. What is the name of this predefined object? Request. Request is a predefined object. Request is a predefined object. This object contain This object contain which one? Request data. Means the data sent by client. It means you are submitting this form to which function? Add. But where this data gets stored in which object? Request object. And request is a predefined object of type. A request is a predefined object of type which one? HTTP request. It is a predefined object of which type? HTTP request. Is a predefined object of which type? HTTP request. And if you want to read the data, you can read the data from request object by saying request dot. You can read the data from request object by saying request dot. So request dot, okay, you can use request dot. Okay, request dot. Request is a predefined object and arguments. Request arguments. These are request arguments. Request arguments means where it is storing the values in arguments. Okay, it is a dictionary. From dictionary, you can get the values by using key and using get method, and you can define the parameter name. Suppose if this parameter name is n1, you'll say n1. Request dot arguments dot get, and you are reading the values by using int. Okay, assume that the name of this parameter is n1. What is the name of this parameter here? N1. Okay, and what is the name of this parameter here? N2. Means this N1, N2 values are stored in which object? Request object. And from request object, you are reading these values by using args.get. Which value are you reading? N1 value and N2 values. You are reading these two values. One is N1 value and one more is what? N2 value. You are reading N1 value and you are reading what? N2 values. So let me tell you this. Okay. Now create a template. Create a template. Inside the template, you create one template. So add home dot.html. This is a template where you input the data. Here I'm writing a form and I create a table here. Table. And here I'm writing table row. And table data where I input number 1. And here I'm saying table data. And here I'm writing input type. Input type equal to text and name equal to what? N1. So I'm creating one more row and table data. I'm trying to say number 2. And here I'm saying TD, table data. So here again I'm writing input type is a text and name equal to N2. And then you are creating one more row, table row and table data. So input type equal to submit and value equal to what here? Add. Now here, whenever I click on the submit button, this data, this form is submitted to one function. I'm saying here action. Okay, slash. And what is the name of the function is add. What is the name of the function is add. Add is the name of the function. And here if I want, I can define the request method is what? Get. If I don't write the request method, the default request method is what? Get only. The default request method is what? Get only. Okay. Then write an application. You create an application and this is an application file.py. Now from Flask import import Flask class and import request object, import render template function. Import render template function. You create a Flask application create a Flask application with the current module name, create a Flask application using current module name. Okay. Then what is the name of, now after that you are writing a function. What is the name of the function? Add. And this function, I'm saying route, application dot route. Define the URL. And what is the URL I'm giving? Add. Okay, slash add. And here I'm defining the request method. And what is the request method here? Get. Now here I need to read the values. N1 equal to integer of request dot arguments dot get. You are reading the value of N1, and N2 equal to integer of request dot arguments dot get. You are reading the value of N2, and N3 equal to N1 plus N2. And here I am saying output equal to, or response equal to, or output equal to render template. What is the template you are rendering? You are rendering one template. Assume that the template is some add result dot HTML is the name of the template. The name of the template is add result dot HTML is the name of the template, and to this template I'm sending values. N1 equal to N1 is a value of N1, N2 equal to N2, this is a value of N2, N3 equal to N3, this is a value of N3, and return. What do you return here? Output. So you are trying to input N1, I mean these values you are sending to add result dot HTML. Now in templates you are creating one template. What is the name of the template? Add result dot HTML. Inside this template, you are inserting all the values. Here you are inserting all the values. So already it is there, right? I just take this. You are inserting N1 value, N2 value, and N3 value. You are inserting all the values here, N1, N2, and N3. N3 is nothing but sum. And return the output an application dot run. So you are trying to run this application, right? So after this, run the application Python. So what is the name of the application? Application 5.py. So there is a method called request method is what here get. Method equal to get methods. Sorry, not method here. Methods equal to get. Now here I am executing this application. Oh, this is a list. Okay, right? Now your application is run, and once you run this, but here you have to run the template. Now here we have to give the template. I mean, for displaying the template, I'm writing another view. This is another view or function which display add template. So this is add template application dot route, and this is for displaying which template? Add template. So this is for displaying add template, and output equal to render template. And what is the name of the template? Add template dot sorry, what is our template? Add home. Add home dot HTML. So you have written one function that render template, and here I said output. So this will generate the output. It means why I write this function? This function is for generating template. Okay, where I can input the data, I can input the data, right? Now, what is the name of this? Slash add home. What is the name of this? Add a template. So add a template. Now this is add a template. Oh, not submitter. Add a template. So table input type is submit. Submit. Input type is a submit. Okay. So when you run the application, here this is add a template. Now here you input 10 and 20 and click on what here? Add. Now you can see 10, 20 and 30. What is the output is 10, 20 and 30. Now after giving that values here, I input the values here. Once I input the values and press add, which is nothing but submit button. Once you click on submit button, once you click on submit button, the request is sent to, once you click on submit button, the request is sent to where? The request is sent to which function? Add a template function or add function? The request is sent to add a template function or add function? Add function. See here. The code what I written, once you click on submit button, submit is formed to which function? Add function. This request is sent to which function? Add function. And this add function read the values by using which object? Request object. Because where these values get stored in? Where these values get stored in? These values get stored in which object? Request object. Where these values get stored in? These values get stored in which object? Request object. And from request object, you are reading the values by using args. Args. Args is a dictionary. What it contain? Request data. Okay, right? Now you have to understand this. Now this is handling only one. That is request method is what get. This is a request method get. Now here you should write application 5.py. This is application 5 and these are two functions. One is for generating template. One is for generating template and one is receiving data and generating the output. So this is add home.html, which is a template. Add home.html. This is one template. This is one template. Add home.html. And second one is add a result.html. So this is add a result where you generate the output. So you can have number of templates. You can have number of templates here, not one template. You can have any number of templates. Okay. Understood? Understood or not? You have to understand this. Okay, we are sending requests. What we are doing? We are sending a request to this view, and this function, it is receiving the data and adding the data and sending the data to another template. What is that another template? Add result.html. And this template insert these values and generate the output. This will insert the values and generate what here? Output. Generate the output. Generate output. Okay, right? You have to understand this. For example, let me tell you one more. Without communicating with the database. For example, you have a login. This is one template where you enter username. Okay, where you enter username and input what here? Password. You enter username and password, and after giving username and password, you click on what here? Login. Once you click on login, this is sent to one function, view function, which is there in your application. Assume that this is your application. Okay, assume that this is your application 6, application 6.py. So you are sending this data by using request method get. And here you have a, so what is the name of this here? Login. And this login should read the data, read the data and verify. Is it this username password is valid or not? If it is valid, it should generate some output. If it is invalid, it should generate some other output. Okay, now this is what I'm telling you. So let us see this application, very simple. But this is template. This is template. Yeah, we'll also create database. First, learn this. This is which template here? Login template.html. But here we are not learning database. I'll tell you database also. How to communicate with the database. But let us see first without database, how you build application. So develop a login. What do you do it? Develop a login. Login templates. Go to templates and create one template. So login template.html. This is my template. So form action. I'm sending a request to which function? Login function. And what I'm sending like this. What I'm sending username. Okay. So input type. Input type is a text. What is the name of this field? Uname. The name of the field is a uname. Then table row and table data, and this is a password. And table data, I'm saying your input type is equal to what here? Password, and name equal to password. This is a parameter name. Then again table row and table data, input type equal to submit and value equal to login. So once you click on this login, this data is submitted to one function. What is that function? Login function. Now you write one application, and this is application 6.py. So from Flask, import Flask. So render template, and then one more is request. So here you are writing a function called login. So this is a login function and you are calling this function with what name? Login name only. So you create one application, Flask application, create a Flask application using current module name that is nothing but main. What is the current module name? Main. You are saying application dot route. Application dot route. What is the path I have given? Login. And what is the request methods? Request method is a get. What is the request method here? Get. So what is the name of the function is login. And here we are reading, for example, there is one dictionary. Okay, there is one dictionary which contain username. Okay, instead of database, I take dictionary which contain username and password. Which contain username and password. Okay, all these are usernames and passwords which are there in this. Okay, now like this. Now here I am reading username. I am reading username by saying request dot args dot get. What is the name of the parameter? Uname. See here. What is the name of this field? Uname. Okay. Then password equal to request dot args dot get. What you are reading here? Password. After this, you are verifying if username in users and users of username equal to what here? Password. Output is, so output is like this. Insert username, insert username, some h2, insert username and say hello, welcome, hello, welcome. Okay, otherwise the output is, so h2, invalid username or password and return output. Okay, right? Now what is the route I've given? Login. But for displaying that login template, I need to write one view. So this is a view function or function to display the login template. So here output equal to render template. So what is my template? Login underscore template dot html and return output. So I need to give the path here application dot router. So what is the path is login underscore template. And then I run the application saying application dot run. Name. This is name. Okay. Okay, then run the application. Okay, run the application. So what is your application here? Application 6 dot. Application 6 dot py. So run the application. And first you are calling login template slash login template. Login underscore template. Now here array. Again same problem, huh? submit, table, submit. Okay, right? Now, once you run this is your application. And what is the name of the template? Login template. So where you enter username, password. Password is not visible, right? Password. Some spelling mistakes. Enter username and enter the username. It says username and password and click on login. Now you can see Naresh, hello, welcome, because password is valid. Okay, now suppose if the password is invalid, you can say invalid username or password. It's invalid username or what? Password. See here. Once you click on this submit button, all this data is submit. All this data is submit. All this data is submitted. All this data is submitted to which view? Function. All this data is submitted to which function? Login function. This login function will read username and password and verifies. Is it username is there in users or password is equal to password? Then it will generate the output, right? So this is simple example application 6.py. It's in login template. One template is there and login template.html. Okay, now this is my template. Okay, right? I think you understood how to work with the templates. Understood how to work with the template, how to include template within the view function. By using render, I want to input name, username, and password. Suppose I'm sending the data by using post method. In request method getter, the data what you're sending is concatenated with the URL. The data what you're sending is concatenated with URL, that is in request method get. But in request method post, that is in request method get, but in request method post, the data is not concatenated with the URL. Okay, right? So how to send the data by using post method and how to read that post data we'll discuss now. Okay. So for this, first I'm creating one template. First I'm creating one template that is register.html. So this is register template.html. Okay. So here I created one template. And what is the name of this template is some register underscore template.html. Okay, assume that this is my template. Okay, right now this is a template. So here I'm trying to send the request. Here I'm writing a form action. I'm sending a request to one view function. And what is the name of that is register. And what is the request method is post. In request method post, the data is not concatenated with a URL. The request method post, the data is not concatenated with the URL. So here, okay, here. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to input some data, but I'm sending the data using which method? Post method. So here I'm writing table and I just give the border of the table, table row and table data. So what I'm trying to input is name. Okay, table data. Here I'm writing input type. Input type equal to text and name equal to name. Okay, and then table row, and table data. This is username. Okay, table data. This is username. You are trying to input username. I'm writing input type. Input type is a text and name is uname. This is a username. Input username. Okay, you are trying to input yes. Then table row and table data. So what you are trying to input is password, and there is a table data, and here I'm writing input type equal to what here? Password, and name equal to password here. So then again table row and then table data, and here I'm writing input type equal to submit, and value equal to what here? Register. Okay, right? Now this is a form. Okay, this is a form where you fill the data. This is a form where you fill the data and click on submit button. Where you fill the data and click on submit button. You fill the data and click on submit button. You can verify this, open with the live server. So that is a form action. Input type is a submit. So your input type is a submit, and you are sending a request to which function? Register function. Now you can verify this. Now here you input the name. Oh, so table data. This is table data, and this is also table data. Okay, if you send this, now here you input the name and username, and you input password and click on register. Once you click on register, the request is sent to your application. The request is sent to your application. Now here I'm creating one application. This is my application 7 dot application 7.py, and here I'm saying from Flask. Okay, import what is the name of the class? Flask. From Flask, import name of the class is Flask. After importing this, you create application. You also import Flask, comma, what is the name of this here? Render template. So here you are creating a Flask application by using current module name. So underscore underscore name. And after that, you are trying to write a function. What is the name of the function? Register. And this function, you are calling it by using application.route, and here you define the path. So what is the path is given? Application, sorry. What is the path is given? Slash register. And here you are defining the request methods, and this is able to handle two request methods. One is a getter and one more is what? Post. And here you are checking if request dot method equal to get. If the request dot method equal to get, okay, if the request method is a get, okay, you are rendering, okay, you are saying output equal to what here? Render template. What is the name of the template? Register. The template name is register template dot html. Render template register template dot html and return output. Okay, else if a request dot method equal to what? Post. You are reading the data. You are saying name equal to request dot form. Here it will return as a form, not as args. And what is the name of the field? Name. Okay, name, and I read the user name request dot form, and what I read here? User name, and next you are reading password. Okay, request dot form, and you are accessing what here? Password. And here I am saying output equal to form, where you are inserting name, comma, you are inserting user name, and you are inserting what here? Password. And return, what you return here? Output. So here this register will handle two requests. One is a get request and one more is what? Post request. This handle two requests. One is a get request and one more is what? Post request. It handle two requests. One is a get request and one more is what? Post request. Handle two request methods. One is a get and one more is a post. One is a get and one more is a post. One is a get and one more is a post. Okay, now try to understand this. So after this, you run the application and you are trying to execute the application by saying application dot run. Okay, open the terminal. So what is the name of your application? Python application 7.py. So request dot method double equal, because here you are comparing it. So run the application. So run the application and here I'm writing register. So when you type the URL and press enter, this is which request? Get request. Actually, when you type the URL and press enter, it is called which request? Get request. Register template.html request is not defined. Oh, you have to import which object here? request object. You have to import request object. So here I'm trying to send a request by just giving what is the name of this register. You can see when you type the URL and press enter, it is what is the default request methods here. What is the default request method here? Get. If the request method is a get, what it is doing, it is rendering template. Which template is it? It is rendering register template.html and sending the output. Sending the output. Now here I enter the name, username and password. Enter the name, username and password and click on register. Once I click on register, now this time the request method is what? Post. See here. Here the request method is a get. Okay, after giving the data, see here. After typing the data, I'm sending the data. This form data I'm sending to which function? Register function using which method? Post method. Okay, now if the request method is a post, you are reading the form data by saying request.form, which value you are read name. Request.form, which value is read username. Request.form, which value is read password. And we insert these values within the string and generated output. So your application can handle both the request, that is a get request, as well as what? Post request. Okay. Now this is an example for which request? Post request. First you create a template, register template.html. It's an application which handle two requests, two request methods. One is a get method and one more is what? Post method. Handle two request methods. One is get method and one more is what? Post method. One is a get method and one more is a post method. So here I created first a template. What is the template I created? A register template.html. Now this is my template where I input the data and then developed application. Now this is my application 7.py. So this is my application, right? And we send the data and we read the data and we display the data. We read the data and display the data. Okay. So next we'll see how to communicate with the database. How Flask application communicate with the database. How Flask application communicate with the database. How Flask application communicate with what here? Database. So a Flask application Flask application communicate with database in two ways. Okay. One is without using ORM, object relational mapping, using ORM, without using ORM and using ORM. ORM stands for object relational mapping. So communicating with the database using object relational database, object oriented programming, communicating with the database using object oriented programming, communicating with the database using object-oriented programming. Communicating with the database using object-oriented programming. That is without using ORM. And using ORM is object-oriented programming, and this is without using object-oriented programming, means by using which commands? SQL commands. And this is using object-oriented programming, means the SQL commands are generated by ORM tool. SQL commands are generated by ORM tool. Okay. So first I'll tell you without using ORM, that is using SQL commands. Okay. So first we'll see without using, without using ORM, that is object relational mapping, means communicating with the database using classes and objects without using SQL commands, using object oriented programming. Okay, but here without using ORM means you are trying to communicate with the database by sending SQL statements. Without using ORM means communicating with the database, okay, using SQL statements or SQL commands. Communicating with the database using SQL statements or SQL commands. Online students, can you hear my voice right? Online students, yes? Can you hear my voice? Online students, okay? Online students, can you hear my voice right? Okay. So you can communicate with the database with object-oriented programming. You can communicate with the database with SQL statements. You can communicate with the database without using SQL statements. Without using SQL statements means you are communicate with the database. You communicate with the database. Okay. Okay, right? So without using ORM means yes, by sending SQL statements. We'll see how to communicate with how to communicate with what MySQL database. I'll tell you how to communicate with the MySQL database. So what are the basic steps? What are the basic steps to communicate with MySQL database? Okay, first step is install MySQL database software. You have to install. You can download that. Okay. Second step is you have to install Flask for MySQL library. You have to install Flask MySQL library. You have to install Flask MySQL library, Flask MySQL DB or Flask MySQL library, and that is for communicating with which database? MySQL database. That is for communicating with which database? MySQL database. Install MySQL DB, Flask underscore MySQL DB. Okay, Flask MySQL DB. Okay, so these are the two things compulsory required. These are the two things compulsory you have to install. Okay, one anyway you have to install MySQL database, and second one is you have to install Go to the command prompt. You can install it the command prompt, or you can install from here also. In VS Code, you can install from this place. How you install from this place? You just write pip install. What is the name of this here? Flask underscore MySQL DB. Pip install Flask underscore MySQL DB. I think it is already there. It's already there. Okay, I'll try to uninstall and install again. Pip uninstall Flask underscore MySQL DB. I'm uninstalling. Oh, uninstall. Okay, uninstall Flask MySQL DB. MySQL Flask Flask underscore MySQL DB. Okay, yeah, MySQL DB, right? So pip uninstall MySQL Flask MySQL DB. So here I'm trying to uninstall it. So it is uninstalled now. I'm installing it by saying pip install Flask. Okay, Flask underscore MySQL DB underscore MySQL DB. Now it is installed. See, it is installed. How you install? You can install from terminal. You can install from terminal here. Okay. How you install from terminal? By saying like this. So this is pip install MySQL DB like this. You are trying to install like this, and MySQL software anyway, you have to install that. MySQL software you have to install anyway. So install MySQL DB. Okay. Pip install Flask MySQL DB. And that is for communicating with which database? MySQL database. Okay. So once it is installed, you verify. Once it is installed, you verify is it available or not. Okay. By just giving here you can write just create application. You create one application and run and check. So new file, and this is application 8.py, and here you have to import. What is the name of the library? Flask underscore MySQL DB. Flask underscore MySQL DB, and verify it. Is it this library is installed or not? Verify it. Is it this library is installed or not? So run the application by saying Python application 8.py. So it is given error, right? Application 8. So where it is? Flask workshop only. MySQL DB. Flask underscore MySQL DB. What is the error here? Application 8.py. Python is not recognized. Ah, oh, Python, right? Sorry. So here, now just here, Python. So what is the name of this application 8.py? Now it is executed. means there is no error. So once it is verified, then the third step is, what is the third step is, you have to configure. What is the third step is configure. So configure database properties. Configure database properties within application. Configure database properties within application using application name. You just give the application name, application object name dot config, and here you define some properties. What are the properties is, you define MySQL host, means where your MySQL is running, equal to host name. You define the host name, and application name dot config, and you have to config what, user, and here you have to give user name, database user name, and application underscore name dot config. So you have to config password, MySQL underscore. Now these are predefined variable names, and you define the password here. Which password? Database password. You have to define the database password, and application name underscore. You have to define the database name, MySQL underscore DB. This is for defining what name? Database name. You have to write the database name. All this you have to configure it. This is a third step. After this, you have to establish connection. Fourth one is establish connection to what? Database. Establish connection to a database by using MySQL database, MySQL class. You have a class. What is the name of the class? MySQL class. Okay. Establish connection. How you establish connection? You establish connection with the application name. You configure it by using MySQL. It is a predefined class name. And using this MySQL, you are trying to send which properties? This application database properties by giving application name. And this will establish connection to what? Database. This will establish connection to a database. Now, what is this application name? This is application name because we configure the application by using database properties. And these properties you are sending to which class? MySQL class. This will create which object? MySQL connection object. This will establish connection to a database. Now, how it will establish connection to a database? By using MySQL class. What is the name of the class? MySQL class. And to this you are sending what name? Application name. Because you configure database properties as a part of which one? Application. It means this will establish connection by using host name, username, password, and what? Database name. And once the connection is established, the fifth one is you have to create a cursor object. You have to create which object? Cursor object. You have to create a cursor object. Create which object? Cursor object. Create a cursor object for sending SQL statements. And sixth step is, okay, commit changes. Commit changes, and you may close the connection later, right? Yes. So these are the basic steps. And total how many steps are there for establishing connection? So these many number of steps you have to follow it for establishing connection to a database. Which database? Which database? MySQL database. That is without using ORM. Means we are using SQL commands to communicate with the database. Using ORM means use object-oriented programming to communicate with the database. Now let us see application for this. So assume that this is my application from Flask underscore MySQL DB import MySQL. Okay, import MySQL. Import MySQL from Flask import which class? Flask class. Import a Flask class and create application here. Application equal to I'm creating which application? Flask application by using name of the current module. After creating a Flask application, I'm doing configuration saying application dot means you have to do configuration, right? So database configuration config. What is the name of this data? What is the name here? Database host name. MySQL host. I'm writing here MySQL host. This is first property and where your database is running in local host. Application.config. Then next one is a next one is a username. Okay, now this is nothing but user. My database username is root. My database username is root and application.config and what is this here? Password. My MySQL database password is MySQL database password is again root. Username is a root and password is also root. And then application.config you have to give DB. Database name means this database name should available. So in my system already I created database whose name is database 10. You can see this. Go to MySQL command line client and here you give and use database 10. Already I created this database and show tables. Now in this some tables are there, but here we'll create one table. Okay. So what is my database here? Database 10. Okay, after this, you establish connection to a database. You establish connection to a database. You can say MySQL equal to MySQL by sending application. Here I display the message connection established. Now this is just to test connection established. Connection established. Only to check whether it is connection is established or not. So once you run this, now you can see connection established. This is to check only connection is established or not. See here. Now you can see the message connection is established. Okay. Now once the connection is established, what do you do it? For example, I want to create a table. Suppose I want to create a table, then I create what a cursor by saying MySQL.connection. See here, this is a predefined object. Here connection is which object? Predefined object. Okay, dot, I am saying cursor. Why we are using a cursor? For sending SQL statements. Why we are creating a cursor for sending SQL statements? Okay. Now here I'm writing cursor is, I want to check cursor is created. Cursor is created. I send it. Now it is given some error, right? Okay. So now cursor, okay, I said here, sorry, connection dot cursor. But generally you need to create a cursor by using application context. Generally you create a cursor by using, how you create a cursor? By using application, by using application context. Okay, now here you have to import one more library. And what is it is import MySQL DB. You are importing MySQL DB, MySQL DB. Okay, MySQL DB dot, what is the name of this here? Cursor. So this is available in MySQL DB dot cursor. Now here I send a context here. I send a context by saying MySQL DB dot cursors. MySQL DB dot cursors. Okay, MySQL DB dot cursors. You have to create a cursor here. How you are creating a cursor? By saying MySQL DB dot cursors, MySQL DB dot cursor, and dictionary of cursor dot, you are saying dictionary, you are saying dictionary of what? Cursor. So you have to send the context here. But already are we created? Now if I run this, again it is given error, right? So MySQL DB dot cursors, I said MySQL DB dot cursors, right? Yes. I said MySQL DB. Here I use MySQL DB. Here I import MySQL DB, right? I import MySQL DB. MySQL DB dot cursors. I said MySQL DB dot what? Cursors. Okay. Now is it imported or not? MySQL DB dot cursors, and you are using dictionary cursor. You are using dictionary cursor, MySQL DB dot cursors, dictionary cursors. Let's see it, because this is not installed. Actually, import MySQL DB dot cursors. MySQL dot connection. MySQL dot connection dot, what is this? MySQL dot connection dot cursor. Correct only. MySQL dot connection dot cursor. What is this? MySQL DB dot cursors dot dictionary cursors. Correct only here. I don't know where is error is. Dictionary of cursors. MySQL DB, MySQL DB dot cursor, MySQL DB. Correct only. We'll just check in the, yes, 1 minute. So MySQL DB dot cursor. Oh, we need to install MySQL Python. Yeah, we need to install MySQL DB dot connect. But that is predefined connection we are using. So import MySQL. Now you have to import these two libraries. Pip install MySQL Python and MySQL Python connector. So install to this MySQL Python. What happened? I don't know. Right? But actually you install like this. So not required. Pip install MySQL Python connector. We'll just check this. MySQL Python. We'll check MySQL Python here. Not required. But actually not required. We'll check, just check this. MySQL client. Okay. Oh, we'll see it. Otherwise, we'll just check where is the mistake is. Which one? Application like this, huh? Okay. But actually, you can do like this. You don't require, so you can directly give like this. Cursor class. Okay. Let's remove this. Yeah, you can do this. Okay. So not required to do anything, right? You can write like this. Cursor dot dictionary cursor, right? Yeah, you can do like this. MySQL db dot cursors dot dictionary cursor, right? You can write like this, or you can also write like this. I mean, both are same only. Now here cursor is, now here what will happen is cursor will be created. And once the cursor is created, you can access that cursor here. Okay. See, you can write like this. You can write that like this and then create cursor object. And here I'm writing MySQL db.cursors, dictionary cursors, and run the application. See, dictionary cursor we created. So I actually return this cursor, MySQL cursors dot class, and here, so this will establish connection, and here you'll say MySQL dot connection, MySQL dot connection dot. Now what I'm saying is here cursor. So already we configure, right? It is not working. We'll just check otherwise. Flask database MySQL. Okay. So what you're doing is you install this and MySQL.connect connection.cursor. That's it. You can directly give MySQL.initialize application. Oh, I created MySQL, but already after this MySQL initialize the application. Same thing we did. So MySQL with application. That's it. And then MySQL.connection.cursor. That's it. What is the problem is, I don't know. So database.cursor. So here also did the same thing. MySQL.connection.cursor. That's it. Host name, database name. Array, what happened here? MySQL.connection.cursor. So you can create a cursor object directly by saying MySQL dot connection dot what I said here cursor. You don't require even this is also. You just create a cursor directly. MySQL dot connection dot cursor. So that will create which object here? Cursor object. And using that cursor object, you send all SQL statements. Using that cursor object, you send all SQL statement. Okay, we'll say application dot run, right? MySQL DB database 10 root localhost MySQL password localhost root database 10. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll just write one function and then we'll check. Okay, we'll write one function for creating a table. Okay. Okay. Then we'll see whether it's working or not. Yeah, అంత ఒకటేనమ్మా. So nothing you have to do it. You have to create a cursor object. So here I'm writing one function. So this is a function to create. What we are doing is we are creating a table. We are creating a table and this function I'm calling it with one name. And what is the name I'm giving is create. Okay, the name is given what here? Create. And here I'm creating a cursor. Cursor equal to MySQL dot connection dot cursor. So actually this will create a cursor object and cursor dot execute. Cursor dot execute. Cursor dot execute. Now application dot route. Cursor dot execute. Create a table. I'm creating one table here. I'm writing a function that will create a table. So this is my command. The command is I'm giving in multi-line. So create a table. Table name is user registration table. User registration table. It is having a name. Name is some varchar. Name is a varchar some 20. Okay, name is a varchar 20. And username is again varchar 20. And I define this as a primary key. And password is, I'm writing a password is again varchar 20. Okay, now this is my command and execute the command by saying command and return table created. Return table created and then I run the application. So this is my application. Okay, right? Yes. I run the application. So here I'm calling my function by saying create. Now table is created. See in the backend. Now show tables and see here table is what created. Oh, what is a table here? User register. The problem is we have not created application context. Means we have to write a function to perform this cursor and all the things. If you don't create a function and perform, So that leads to what? Errors. That leads to errors. Okay, you have to write inside you should not write here. You should write inside a function. Okay, you should not write here. You should write inside a function. Okay, right? So you should write inside a function. Okay, you should write inside a function. So until unless application context is not created, you cannot call it. That is a mistake what we did. I try to call it directly, right? That is given error. So otherwise, now this is creating table. Once the table is created, see here. Now this is creating table. So this is a Flask application which create a table. Now this is a application which create which create a table. This is an application which create the table. Okay. So once the table is created, you can perform all the operations like inserting, updating, deleting, everything you can do it. For example, I want to insert the data. So here I'm creating one more view, that is a registering user definition, and there is a function called register, and here I'm writing @application dot route. So the name is slash register, and I'm using methods, request methods are, now this is able to handle two request methods. One is get, one more is a post. Now within the registration, if a request dot method is get, you are rendering one template output equal to a render template. Already we created one template. What is a template? Register template. Render template. The template name is register template dot html, and then return output. Else if request dot method equal to post, we are reading the name. If request dot method equal to post, we are reading the name by saying request dot form. We are reading the name, and user name, where I'm saying request dot form. I'm reading user name, then password equal to request dot form. You are reading the password. You are reading the name, username, and one more is a password. You are reading the name, username, and one more is a password. And after this, what I'm doing, I'm creating a cursor. So create a cursor. Now create a cursor. and cursor dot execute. Which command are you executing? Insert into what is the name of the table? User register. Just now we created, right? What is the name of the table? User register values. So values percentages, sorry, percentages comma percentages, values percentages comma percentages, and define the parameters. So define the parameters. Now what are the values you want to insert? Define the parameters. Okay. Which value you want to insert? Just define the parameters. So what are the parameters here? What are the parameters? Execute. What is my command? Insert into, and here I'm defining values. I'm defining values and I'm inserting, right? I'm inserting into a database. I'm inserting into a database. Okay. And how can I replace the values? Yes. These are called replacement fields. These are called replacement fields. And these fields you are replacing with the corresponding value. These fields you are replacing with the corresponding values. This is called interpolation. Means inside the string you are inserting how many values? 3 values. The first value is name, username, and one more is a password. First one is name, second one is username, and third one is a password. So you are inserting, you are replacing this percentages with the value of name. This percentages you are replacing with the value of username, and this percentages you are replacing with the value of password. You are replacing with the value of password. Okay, right. Then after that, you need to save the changes, and you may do the saving of changes by saying MySQL dot connection dot commit, MySQL dot connection dot commit is nothing but save changes. So saving changes can be done by invoking which method? Commit method. So that is nothing but save changes. So you are inserting number of values, MySQL dot connection dot commit. And after that I return one message, user registered successfully. I just write user registered what? Successfully, right? User registered successfully. Now this is called string interpolation. This is called a string interpolation. You are replacing how many values? 3 values. Now this percentage s is replaced with the value of name, and this percentage s replaced with the value of, okay, this percentage s is replaced with the value of, this percentage s replaced with the value of, okay, this is nothing but parameters, and this percentage s is replaced with the value of uname, and this percentage s is replaced with the value of password. It is just like a formatting string, but there you use a curly braces, but here you are using percentage. Now run the application. So here I am saying register. Okay, register only. Application dot route register. A request object should be imported here. Comma, what is that? Request. So request is a predefined object. Now run the application. Run the application, and here I am saying register. Now you enter the name. So there is a name and username and password, and click on register. I can see user registered. Means the data gets stored in the database. Table, select star from, see in the backend. User register. Oh, sorry. Select star from, user register. Now one row is inserted or not? Yes. One row is inserted. One row is what? Inserted. Okay. You can move here. Again, you can enter username, username and password, and click on register. Now user registered, go to the backend and select. How many users are registered? Two users. Now this is inserting data. This is what here? Inserting data. Inserting data into the database table. Okay. But here we have not used any ORM. We have not used ORM. Now this is inserting. Then you can write login. You can also write a login. Now suppose, so there is a login. Okay, you log in by giving username and password. Application.route. Now what is the name of this here? Login. And here login, where you are sending username and password. So login. So this should render login template. So this is login template, right? I should render the login template already we developed. So output equal to, this is displaying login template. Okay, within login template, you send a request to the login. Here you write request method. Here I am writing a methods. Two methods I am using. One is get and one more method is what? Post. If request dot method equal to get, you will say output equal to render template. Render template. What is the template is? Login template. Login template dot HTML. And return output. Else, if request dot method equal to post, if request dot method equal to post, now here I'm sending the request by using a method. And what is the request method I'm using? Post. Where you enter username and password and click on login. Where you enter username and password and click on login. This is login template. So you have to create login template and registration template. Two templates you required in this application. Then you read the name. Here, if the request method is a post, you require to read the name, username equal to request dot form, and in login template username and password. I read the username, I read the password, request.form, and what I read here, password. I read the username as well as what? Password. I read the username as well as password. Okay, then I should send the query. So you have to create a cursor. You have to create a cursor. You have to create a cursor here. Now create a cursor and send a SQL statement saying execute. Select star from user register. Select star from user register where uname equal to percentages and what is it, another column? So uname equal to percentages. So this is my database and describe user register table password and password equal to percentages, and these values you are sending it. One is a uname and second one is a password. And you'll say cursor dot fetch one means if any row is there, it will read that row. It will read that row. If any row is there, it will read that row. It will read that row, and that row is user details. And if user is exist, means this will return one. One means it will convert booleans here. User means list. If the list is empty here, if the list is empty, it returns false. If the list is not empty, it returns what? True. Okay. If it is a true, you are saying return format user welcome. Sorry. Username welcome. Username welcome. Otherwise, you'll say return. So invalid username or password. So this is login. This is login. Now here you send the request. Once you run this, now you send a request to the login. So this is a login. Now here you enter username NIT N123 and click on login. Oh, login. So what is the request method is? Method is post username and password. Where is the error is? Login methods get post uname. Oh, uname. This is uname, right? Now NIT welcome. See here. NIT is there or not there? Yes. If I give wrong username, now you can see invalid username or password. I give the valid username, then you can see NIT welcome, right? So fetch one will fetch one row. Fetch one will fetch one row. You know Python, right? In Python, you should know MySQL. In Python, you know how to communicate with the database, right? In Python, how to communicate with the database? Uh, then same thing. Fetch one means it will fetch one row from the cursor. From the cursor, it will fetch one row. If the row is there, it will return one tuple. Otherwise, it returns none. Otherwise, it will return none. So if it is none, it will come to else. So this is how you insert and retrieve the data. Now we'll see more on this, like how to communicate with a database. Okay. Tomorrow I'll tell you one application like communicating with the database. I'll tell you one application along with the database. Okay. Okay, right? So today we'll stop it here and tomorrow we'll continue this. Okay, thank you. Yeah, fetch one will read one row. Fetch methods are there. Fetch one, fetch many, fetch all, fetch one, fetch many, fetch all. All these are various methods. Right? Thank you. So we'll see tomorrow. Thank you. So, okay, online students, can you hear my voice, right? Online students. So, okay. So in the last class, yeah. So in the last class, I said about so application which handle the request methods. I said, and after that, I said how Flask application communicate with the database, and this is communicating with the database without. This is communicating with the database without using. Okay, without using what here ORM. I said how to communicate with the database without using ORM. I said by using which commands, SQL commands. But you can also communicate with a database using ORM, that is object oriented programming, which is nothing but SQL alchemy. It is one library is there, and using that library you can able to communicate with database using ORM. But I said no, today I'll tell you one simple application, so where we can perform all these crude operations. Okay, where we can define all these crude operations, right? So this is a last class, but even though I'll try to tell you some of the things, I'll try to tell you a simple application where we can do the operations like inserting, updating, and deleting operations. Okay. So for that, Already we have a project here. So this is my project folder. And inside this you have a templates. A lot of templates are there. Let it be. But in the same project I am trying to do it. What I'll do is I'll take a simple application where, so I think I want to create a navigation here. In the navigation here I want to create. So here I just write create employee. So I want to add an employee, and here there's a navigation where I want to perform update employee, and here I want to delete employee. This is a navigation, and I want to list employees. I want to list all the employees. So this is navigation, and you can call this as a, sorry, this is a navigation, and you can call this as a index. This template is what your index.html. And once you click on create employee, I should get one form. So where I input all the details. See here. If you click on create employee, I should get a form where I enter all the details and click on add. Update employee where you are updating salaries, and delete employee where you delete employee, and list employee where you list all the employee details. Okay. Now these are the things what I want to do it. Okay. Now this is my application. Assume that some employee management, just employee management. This is just employee management. Okay. It's a simple thing. But for this, you require to create one database. So for this, you need to create one database table. Go to MySQL, and here you create a database table. Okay. So I use one database or create one database, create database and database 11. So use this database and database 11. So this is my database. Okay. So use the database and then create. I create a table, create table, and I'm creating a table called EMP, and employee is having employee number, which is integer. I taken this as integer or number, anything you can take. You can also take it as number, no problem. Number or integer, anything you can use. But I'm taking this as integer with a width of 5, and take the employee number as a primary key, and there is an employee name which is some varchar 2, some 20. Compulsory I have to enter employee name, that is not null, and there is a job, and 20 compulsory you have to enter job, and there is one more which is salary, and it is of type float. It is of type float. Okay. So table is created. Now you have to create one table. And what is the name of the table is employee. So first you create database. First step is this. You have to create database, and within the database you have to create one table. Within the database you have to create one table, and here within the table you are performing some operations like create employee, updating, deleting, as well as listing. Okay. Creating, updating, deleting, and one more is a listing all the employees. Okay. So for this, we now to create an application. So this configuration is the same. Because of that, I'm taking the same configuration, but only database get changed. Which one is changed? Database is changed. But everything is the same here. Only database get changed. So here I'm creating an application, new file. This is some application 9.py. Now, first I configure the database. So what is my database name here? Database level. And your database is running on localhost, and your database username is root and password is also root. Now here I'm writing MySQL is MySQL. You are communicating with the C. This is for sorry. This is for establishing connection to what database. Okay. So MySQL is holding database connection, but how you are creating database connection? By using DSN. DSN is nothing but data source name. And this data source name is configured here. Already we have given this is my database where it is running, and this is my database username, password, and this is a database. Okay. So first I'm creating one template. Now this is some index, or this is some home.html. Home.html. Now here I try to use some bootstrap. Okay, I'm using bootstrap here for creating a navigation. So bootstrap, I want to use navigation bar. So bootstrap navigation bar I'm using here. So this is a navigation which I'm copying here. So here I don't want any brand. I just remove the brand here. Okay, right? So here you have a navigation items, and this is active like that. I remove all this. So hyperlink reference and navigation link and input disable here. I removed all this. Okay, right? Then here, now the first one is create employee, and second one is this is update employee details, update employee details, and this one is deleting employee. So this is nothing but delete employee, and this is nothing but listing employee details. That is nothing but list employees. You can verify this, but before this, now this is an HTML, right? Okay, this is my HTML code. I insert here within the body, and then I need to link that bootstrap library. I have to link the bootstrap library, right? Bootstrap download. So I have to define bootstrap library. I copy from CDN here. Okay. Okay, you can verify this. Open with live server. Now this is create employee, update employee, delete employee, and list employees. Yeah, CSS code. Bootstrap is a CSS library. Create employee, update employee, delete employee, and list employees here. Okay, right? So this is home. What is this here? It is a home. Now this is a home. Now here Django template language support template inheritance means this template can be inherited into another template. Okay, and you can override certain things. You can override, but how can we override? By using blocks. You define a block. Now this block content means I just give the name of the block as what here content. So this is called DTL language, Django template language. So there is a beginning of the block and there is the end of the block. So this block you are trying to override in the inherited template. This block you'll try to override in inherited template. Inherited template. Okay. Yes. So next I'm creating one more template. In the templates only, I'm creating one more template. And what is the template is add emp template dot html. Add emp template dot html, and this inherits. Yes. Okay. So percentage block content. It means this is a template. In this template you are inheriting in another template. But how you are inheriting this? By using template language DTL. By using extents. And what is the name of the template is? Okay, you are inheriting home.html. You are inheriting home.html and you are overriding. Means you are overriding a block. Okay, this content you are changing it. You are inheriting and you are changing this content. Which content you are changing? Block content. So this is DTL, Django template language. So percentage block content. So this is a beginning of the block and this is the end of the block. And here I'm creating a form. So form action means I'm sending a request to, okay, add emp. There is one function. What is the name of the function? Add emp. And here I'm using a request method. So request method equal to what? Post. Request method equal to post. And here you are submitting the request to this form view. I mean this function. What is the name of the function? Add emp. You are sending a request to add emp. And here I am creating a table. Now I'll take bootstrap table. Now bootstrap will provide okay table classes, predefined table classes here. All these are predefined tables. You can take one table. So here I've taken table. Okay. And here I'm writing table row. Table row. Okay. And table data. Now what you are trying to input? Employee number. So table data. So input type is a text and name equal to employee number. Employee number. So this is a table row. And then again table row. And table data, I'm defining the employee name. And this is ename. This is ename. Then again table row. This is employee job. If you want, you can take the job as a drop down or you can input the job. So there is a table row and this is employee salary. This is employee salary. And what is the name of this here? Sal. So we inherit home.html. This template we inherited and we define the content. We added some extra feature in home.html by using a block. By using a block. Now here I take input type as a submit. This is input type equal to what here? Submit. Input type is a submit and value equal to create. So this is my button. And if you want to take a bootstrap button, right, you can also have a bootstrap buttons components. In this you have some predefined buttons. You can define the button class. You can define the button class like this. Okay. So this is bootstrap buttons. And what is a button type here? Submit. Button type is a submit. Right? This is how it is done. Now, once you click on this button, and what is the name? The value of this button is create. So once you click on create button, this request is sent to which form? Add form. This request is sent to which, this form is submitted to one function. What is that function? Add EMP. Now here I have to write a function. What is the name of the function? Add EMP. Add EMP is a function, okay, to which you are sending a request. Application.route and what is the name of the path? Slash add EMP. I said slash add EMP, sorry. Slash add EMP, comma, request methods. And there are two request methods. One is get and one more request method is what here? Post. Now it is able to support two methods. But here I send a request using which method? Post. I'm saying here request dot method equal to get. Assume that if the request method is a get, you have to render the template. Response equal to render template. And what is my template here? Add emp underscore template dot html and return. What do you return? You return what is that response? This is when if the request method is a get. If the request method is a get, you'll do this. Else if request dot method equal to what here? Post. If the request method is post, you have to read the data. What you are reading? Employee number. So request dot forms, request dot form. If the request method is a post, if the request method is what here? Post. If the request method is post, okay, you are reading the data by saying form. Yesterday we have seen, right? You are reading it form by using form and you read all the data. Okay, form, what you are reading? Employee number. Okay, you are reading employee number. You are reading employee name. Request dot form, this is employee name. And job, request dot form, you are reading what here? Job. And sal, request dot form, you are reading what here? Salary. You should take the same field names. What is the name of this here? Sal. I have given the same thing, right? Okay. So after this, what I'm doing is I'm creating a cursor. So MySQL dot connection, MySQL dot connection dot what? Cursor. I created a cursor and then I'm saying cursor dot execute. So here I'm writing my command. What is my command is insert into EMP values. What are the values? Percentages, comma, percentages, percentages and percentages. So this is my command, comma, you are replacing these values, that is employee number, employee name, job, and one more is what? Sal. You are replacing these values. You are replacing these values. Okay, that is what we have seen in the last class. Okay. No, percentage yes only. Everything is percentages. No percentage D. No percentage D. You are inserting values. You are inserting values. Okay. No, not required. Not required. You just use percentages only. Then you are saying cursor dot. You are saying cursor dot commit. You should commit the changes. MySQL dot. What you are writing? MySQL dot connection dot commit. On successful insertion of values. On successful insertion of values, I am returning. On successful insertion of values, I am returning one message. But here you can use one function. What is the name of the function is redirect. You can use one function called redirect. Now Flask is having one function. Okay, what is the name of the function is redirect. Okay, redirecting. Okay, redirecting. So you are redirecting to one URL. You are redirecting to one URL. So that is done by using what here? Redirect. So redirect. You can redirect to one URL. Okay, you can say redirect with a message. Redirect with a message. You can also give the response. Okay, redirect to, yes. Okay, redirecting to one URL. You said redirect. The redirect URL is what? Hello. Even you can send with one message. If you want, you can send with a message also. Okay. So where you are saying redirect. Okay. Redirect. Redirect URL for app.dashboard. Okay. Now it will come to this dashboard again. Okay. Title is dashboard and dashboard.html. Suppose, for example, if login is a true, you are redirect to dashboard. Otherwise, you are printing a message like this. Okay. Login.html. Again, it will go to login.html. Okay. So here redirecting can be done by using a function called redirect. So these are different examples of redirect. Okay. You can use redirect or you can also use render template and generate the response. Okay, I'm saying response. Response equal to render. You are rendering a template. Which template you want to render? Which template? Suppose I want to render. What is the name of this template? Home.html. So this template I want to render it. See, you can also use render template. You can use redirect. You can also use render template. This also you can use render template. You can also render the template. So render template also you can use. So how you are rendering templates here? Render template. This is render template and you just give the template name. And you render the template by sending message also. You can send a message also. You can render the template. Suppose I want to render the template. Which template I want to render is home.html, comma, I want to send a message. Message is employees what added, employee created successfully. I'm saying employee created what successfully. Employee created successfully, right? Okay. And then I said return. What I written here? Response. Now this is when if the employee is created successfully, right? Now then I have to add this view. Employee data stored successfully or employee created like this. But this message has to be inserted here. I'm inserting this message. Now below this navigation, I'm inserting this message. What message I'm inserting? The message which I send. The message which I send, that message I inserted in what template? Here I inserted that message. Okay. Now go to home HTML and give the link. Now this is create employee, right? So once I click on create employee, it should display this template. Add emp template dot, or you send a request. You send a request to what? Add emp. Okay, you send a request to add emp. Add emp. So when you click on this create employee, the request is sent to add emp. Okay. So add emp to which you are sending a request. Okay. Now just run the application and check this. Run the application and check this. Okay. So now you need to display this home template. For this, I am writing a function for displaying home. This is for displaying what here? Home. So at the rate application dot route, and what is the path I'm giving is /home. And this will render response equal to render template. What is the template I'm rendering? Home.html and return response. Okay. So run the application. Application non9.py. So run the application first. You have to run the application. Application dot run. So now run the application. Now open this. And here I'm giving /home. Now this is home. Now just click on create employee. Now this is create employee. So where you enter employee details, employee number, employee name, job, salary, and then click on what here? Create. Okay. But we'll add one more column here. Some empty column. This is one empty column. Otherwise you have to merge it. Okay. So otherwise you have to merge it there. Okay. So here I'm trying to say home. Now this is home and click on create employee array. We need to run the application again because we have done the changes, right? So run this application and here I said home. Now this is home here and create employee. It says create employee. I input employee number and this is employee name and this is a job and this is what here? Seller. After that I click on create. Now you can see employee created. Employee created, and if you want to create, again click on create employee. Okay. Yeah, you can set all those things. Formatting, you can do it. Okay. You can check in the backend whether employee is created or not. Select star from EMP. I can see employees what here create. Input employee number, name of the employee, job of the employee and salary, and click on create button. Employee created. Employee number, name of the employee and job of the employee and some salary, and click on create. Employees what create. So create employee, employee number, name of the employee, job, and then salary. Click on create employee. So I try to create number of employees. 5 employees I'll create. So this is the name of the employee and this is a salary. Click on create. Now you can see in the backend. Now how many employees are created? 5 employees. Okay, right. Now this is creating employee. After creating employee, you may click on what? List employees. So once I click on list employees, I should list all the employees here. I should list all the employees found in, okay. I should list all the employees found in it, right? Okay, right? Then how can I list the employees? Now I'm writing, you enter one by one only, right? How you enter multiple employees? You add one by one, you add all the employees once. Uh, in one form, you enter how many employees? Faker module. Why use faker module? What is the use? Faker data. Fake data, if you want to generate, use faker module. Fake data. You want to generate fake data, na? In companies, you generate fake data, na? What is the use of faker module? You don't know? You know or you don't know? Huh? What is the use of faker module? Generating fake data. Fake data you want to generate, huh? What year? Huh? So this is add employee. What clarity purpose? Faker module use, you should know it, right? Faker module use is what? Generating fake data, random data. You want to generate random data, fake data, go for that. Nowhere used in real time. Okay, na? Only Namirpet. List employees. I want to list all the employees here. So when the request method is a get, it will just render the template and generate the response. If the request method is a post, you read all this data and store it. Okay, right. List employees. I want to list all the employees. Now there is a cursor. Cursor equal to now MySQL dot. I'm saying MySQL dot connection. What is my function is? Sorry. What is my function is list AMP is a name of the function. And first you create a cursor. MySQL dot connection dot cursor. I created cursor and execute the query. Cursor dot execute query. Now that will return result of executed query as a list of rows. Okay, now here you have a rows. Cursor dot execute query, and what is my query? Select star from EMP, and this you are rendering. Okay, this you are rendering into one template. Response equal to render template. And what is the name of the template is listemp.html, to which you are sending all employees rows. Emp is a name and rows is a values. You are sending employees data. What you are doing, you are sending employees data. Each row is one list. Each row is one list here. Each row is one list. Okay. And then return what here? Response. Return the response. And you have to list all the employees. For that, I'm creating one template. What is the name of the template? Listemp.html. So this is inheriting. Okay, this is inheriting extends. Extends what here? Index.html. Extends index.html, and you are providing information about block. You are overriding this block content. Index home.html, and this is the beginning of the block and this is the end of the block. So this is a block content. You are overriding this block content. Now here also I'm creating one table. The same table I'm creating. So there is a same table. So there is a beginning and there is an end. Now table row, I am just putting table headings. So that is employee. So table heading th, that is employee number. Table heading employee number. Okay, this is employee number and this is employee name. Okay, and this is employee job and there is employee salary. Okay, it is like this. And after that, I'm using a for loop. So for every time you are reading one employee, means each employee is one row. For row in EMP, what is EMP or list? We send this from this function to this template. EMP is a collection of rows. From that, each time you are reading one row, table row and table data. What is that row dot zero? Row dot zero means you are inserting first value. From list to how you are reading the values by using index. Row dot zero, you are inserting first column value and table row, and you are saying row dot one, you are inserting second value. Row dot, you use row dot. Okay, not that one. Row dot 2, this is nothing but index, and table data insert row dot 3. So index is a property. Index is a property using which you are inserting values. So there is a beginning of the fur and end of the fur. Okay. Now this is reading the data and displaying the data. Now this list EMP, I'll add in home.html. I'm calling, now this one is a list EMP. I'm just writing a slash. You are calling list EMP. You are calling list EMP. Once you click on this, so run the application and refresh this here. So I'll just write here home. Okay, now I click on list EMP. Oh, so what is the name of this here is table EMP. Oh, What I said here, EMP here, EMPLR. No, this is not there. So select star from EMP, right? What table name is EMP here. Run the application. Now list employees. Int object is not iterable. Oh, cursor dot execute. So select star from EMP, EMP rows, log content for row in EMP. Int object. Oh, sorry. Execute. And after executing, you have to fetch all the rows. You have to say rows equal to cursor dot cursor dot what here? Fetch all. Rows equal to cursor dot fetch all. That will fetch all the rows and store in rows. That is fetch all. Okay, right? So run the application. Okay, fetch all. List employees. Now these are the employees. Okay, all these are employees which we inserted. Employee number, employee name, employee job, and one more is a salary. So this will read all the rows. Here you can see all the rows are read. Okay, right? Then this is creating employee and this is listing employees. Then I want to update the employee and I want to delete the employee. So I want to update the employee. For updating employee, I'm writing application dot route. Now here I'm using URL. What is the URL update? EMP. So what is the name of the function is update EMP only. Now this will receive. I'll be sending the request by using get method. Okay. Now I'll read employee or post method. Okay. So if request dot now here I'm writing a methods. Now this is able to handle two methods. One is a get method. If the request method is a getter, if the request method is getter, you are displaying the template. Which template? Update EMP template. Okay. Update EMP template, you are displaying it. So response equal to, so render template, response equal to render template, and you are rendering one template. What is the name of that? Update EMP template dot HTML, and you are sending it. So that is return response. Else if the request dot method equal to post, suppose if I click on the hyperlink, that is nothing but get request. If the request method is a get, it will render which template? Update EMP template.html. If the request method is post, you are reading the data. You are reading employee number. Okay, which employee salary you want to update? You are saying request.form. You are reading employee number and you want to update salary with what? Updated salary. Request.form, and this is a salary. You want to update salary with what? Then here I am saying cursor equal to mysql dot connection dot cursor, and here I am saying cursor dot execute. Cursor dot execute, and what is my command is update. update, and what is the name of the table is EMP, where update EMP set salary equal to, okay, salary equal to percentage, or this is incremented salary plus percentages, where employee number equal to percentages, comma, the first one is, what is the first one here? Salary, and second one is employee number. Now you are adding the salary to existing salary. You are adding the salary to what? Existing salary. You are adding the salary to existing salary. Okay. And this data I converted into float. And after this, you are checking the count. I'll say a row count. Means how many rows are updated, I want to find it. Cursor dot row count. Cursor dot row count. If any variable name you can take, I'll take or some count, some k. If k equal to 0, if k equal to 0, the message is invalid employee number. Invalid employee number. If k is not 0, message is salary updated. This message you are rendering it in one template, render template. And what is the template is home.html, home.html with the message. Message equal to message. Message equal to message and then return response. What is the message? I'll get invalid employee number or salary updated. Now you have to create one template. What is the template is? This is a template you have to create. Update emp template.html. Update emp template.html. Okay. Now this is my template. Okay. And this one is extends. I'm saying extends home dot html and override the content. So block content. You are overriding the content. Now there is a beginning of the block and there is an end of the block. So there is a beginning of the block and end of the block. Now here again you are creating a table. Again you are creating a table. So this is update emp table, and so this is a form action. You are sending a request to this function. What is the name of the function? Update emp. You are sending a request to this function update emp, and what is the request method is post, because you are sending the data, right? So this is a beginning of the form and end or table row and table data. So which employee you want to update? That is employee number. So where I'm saying input type is text and name equal to employee number. Then take one more row, table row. But this time you are trying to input what is that salary, employee salary, how much salary you want to update. And here I give the name as what salary, and then one more table row, and here input type is a button. So this is empty here, okay, and input type is a button. I just take this button from here, and this button is for what? Update. Okay, this is for updating employee. Okay, so what is the name of this? Yes. Now then go to home.html and give the link here. What is the name of this? The URL is update EMP. So the URL is update what here? EMP. This is a URL which I have given, right? So after this, run the application /home. Okay, now this is list employees and this is update employee. Now which employee you want to update? Now you can see update EMP. Now which employee you want to update? 2 TDs are there. Which employee you want to update? Just give the type. So run the application. Now you can see which employee you want to update. Just enter the employee number. Employee number 1 and salary I want to increment with 500. See the previous one. Now 4,500 and I want to update employee 1 by giving increment as 20,000. I click on update. You can see salary updated. See the list of employees. Oh, where is it? Connection, commit. Until unless you don't commit, means save changes, the changes will not be applied. So salary updated, and here I should say MySQL dot connection dot what here? Commit. Because whatever transactions you do, all those transactions will be in the session. If you want to store it permanently, then compulsory you have to commit. Okay, now home, and this is update employees 1, and I want to update employee with a salary of 25,000. Update. Now list employee, I can see 29,500. Okay. So 29,500 update employee number 2. I want to decrement minus 5,000 update. So minus 5,000, 34,500 will just give 2 minus 500 and update and list employee. So this is 34,000. So what will happen if I give employee number which is not exist? This employee number is not exist. Now you can see invalid employee number. So only this employees are exist. Now this is creating, updating, and this is listing employees. I want to delete an employees here. Creating, updating, deleting, and listing. So create, update, delete, and list employees. Now I want to delete an employee. I want to delete an employee. Then how can I delete an employee, right? I want to delete an employee. How can I delete an employee, right? Now here we have to write one more function. @route, @route application dot. I'm saying here route, and this is a path /delete emp. So delete employee, and here I'm writing methods. Methods are, it is able to handle 2 requests. So get request as well as what post request. Now here everything is the same. Everything is the same up to this. Everything is the same up to this. So what is the name of the function is delete emp. Now you can see if the request method is then I have to give the template. Which template I should give? Delete emp template dot html. We read an employee number and we create a cursor. So MySQL dot Here I am writing MySQL dot connection dot cursor. MySQL dot cursor connection dot cursor and cursor dot execute. What is my command? Delete from EMP where employee number percentages, and here I have to give tuple with one value. Singleton tuple means you should separate with a comma and get the count. How many rows are deleted? Cursor dot row count. If the row count is 0, then again message employee not found, or employee number, invalid employee number. Otherwise, you'll say message. What is the message? Employee deleted successfully. Employee deleted successfully, and commit the changes by saying MySQL dot connection, MySQL dot connection dot commit. Then render it. So render render to which template? Home dot HTML. You render to which template? Home dot HTML. Now here you have to create one template. What is a template? Delete template dot HTML. So select the templates, and what is the name of this? Delete EMP, delete employee template dot HTML, right? Now in this, I'll try to take update, right? So this complete code is the same, but except what? Salary. I remove this salary row. Salary row I removed. Okay. And what is my button here? Delete. The button is what here? Delete. And what is the URL? Delete EMP. Delete EMP. See here. Delete EMP. So what is the request method is post. Okay. Now go to home.html and give the URL. What is that URL? Delete EMP. You send a request to delete EMP, right? So simple application where we have done all the crude operations. Okay. Now again this slash home. Now listing employees, delete. Which employee you want to delete? Suppose I want to delete 5. Employee number 5, delete. You can go to list employees. Now employee 5 is deleted. Employee 5 is deleted. See here. Is it employee 5 is there or not there? Not there. So delete employee. I enter employee number 9. But employee number 9 is there? No. You can see invalid employee number. So this is simple application where you are doing all crude operations, right? I hope you understood this application, right? Okay. Now this is your application. This is your application where you are doing all the operations like adding. So this is home, and this is listing, and this is updating, and this is what here? Deleting the details. So I just copy this application here. So this is application 9.py. I copied the application, and I need to copy the templates. Okay, right? So this code is clear, right? How you write an application using Flask. This is how you write an application by using Flask. Okay. But is it this using database or without you? Sorry. Is it using ORM or without ORM? Without ORM. We directly write which statements? SQL statements. We directly communicating with the data without ORM. This is not by using ORM. We try to communicate not with the ORM, without using ORM. That is We are not using any object oriented, right? Okay.